Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In this tutorial, we will create a full stack real-time chat application using React JS and Firebase. This is a complete tutorial that will help you to create a fully functional chat app from scratch. So when you open this chat app, you will come to this login page. If you don't have an account, you can click here to create a new account. I already have one account, so I'll click on this link, login here, and here I will provide the email ID and password. Then click on the login now. So now I'm logged in on this chat app. So this is our chat app interface, where in the left side we have the logo. Here we have the edit profile option. If I click here, so it will open the profile update page where I can change the profile image, name and bio text. After that, in the left sidebar, here we have the friends list. Whenever you will add any user in the friend list, that will be displayed in the left sidebar. And here in this search box, we can search for any new user. If I click here to open this chat, so you can see it will display this chat box. So in this chat box, you can see the friend's image, then you can see the name, and here we have all the messages. And at the bottom, here we have the input field where we can type the message. So let me type hello, how are you? And click on this send button. So you can see this message has been sent. Now let me open my friend's account in new browser. So you can see here we have received the new message. If I click here, so it will open the chat box and you can see the message. And here we can send the reply also. So let me type I am fine and click on the send icon. So this message has been sent. And now if I come back to own profile, so you can see I have received the message instantly. In the right sidebar, you can see we have the friend's image, their name, then bio text. And if we send any image, let me click here and select any image. So let me select this image. So you can see we have sent one image in the chat, and now this image is added in this media section in the right sidebar. Now if I click on this small image, so it will open this image in new tab so that you can see that image in full size. Now if I come back to the friends account in the another browser, so here also you can see we have received this image in the chat, and in this media we have this image. Let me send another image from this profile. Let me send this image. So this image has been sent. Now I will open my own profile. So here you can see we have received this image, and in this media section we have two images. After that, here we have the logout option. So if I click here, so we will be logged out and we are on the sign up page. Here we have the option called login here. And now you can see we have one more option, forgot password. Suppose any user forgot their password, then they can reset their password by providing the email ID here. So in this first email ID field, let me add one email ID. Then we have to click on this link. So you can see it will send one reset email on this email ID. Using that, we can reset the password. To create this full stack chat application, we will use the Firebase Authentication. Then we will use the Firebase storage to store the images, and we will use the Firestore Database to store the chat messages. So this was the project overview. This project not only offers a great opportunity to enhance your development skills, but also provide an impressive addition to your resume. Also, it can be customized to use in your college project or personal project purpose. To explore the feature of this chat application, you can check out the live project link provided in the description before you start building this project. So let's start the development process and build this real-time chat application step by step. So now we are at the desktop, and here we will create a React project using the Vite package. So here right click and select Open in terminal. Now we are in the terminal, and here we have the desktop folder. So here we will use the command npm create vite at latest. After that, here we have to provide our project name. So the project name is chat app. After that, we will select this React framework, then select JavaScript. Now you can see on this desktop we have one folder called chat app. Let's close this terminal and open this folder with VS Code editor. So let me right click, show more options and open with code. So now our project folder is open in VS Code editor. After that, we will install our dependencies. So right click here and select open in integrated terminal. So our chat app is open in this terminal, and here we will type npm install command. So it will install the dependencies in this project. So all the dependencies has been installed. Now we will install some packages. So just type npm install and we will install the React Router DOM. After that, we will install React Toastify. Then we will install Firebase. We will install these three packages in the project. Press enter. So all three packages has been installed. Now we will run our project. To run this project, we will type npm run dev. Now our project is running on this localhost port 5173. So let's open this link in the web browser. So here our React project is successfully running in the web browser at localhost port 5173. Now we will clear this default React project. So let's come back to the VS Code. From here, let's open src. Then here we have app.css. Right click and delete this one. Now open app.jsx file. And from here, we will delete all the codes. And here we will type RAFCE. We will use this snippet. We will save the changes. Now we will open index.css file and we will clear this file. And here we will add some default CSS properties for all the elements. So we will add padding 0, margin 0, box sizing border box, and we will save the changes. Now we will open index.html file, and from here we will update the title. So in this title we will type chat app. After that we will save the changes and open the web browser again. So now you can see the project is clear, and here we have the chat app in this browser title. After that, we will insert the assets in the project. So let's come back to the desktop screen again, and here you can see one folder, assets. You will find this link in the video description. From there you can download this folder. In this folder, I have all the images and icons related to this project. So let me copy all these images and icons, and we will paste it in our project folder. So let's open the project folder, go to src, then go to assets and paste it here. Now let's come back to the VS Code. Now in this assets, you can see all the images and icons. After that, in this one, you can see background.png and chatapp.svg file. So we will move these files in the public folder. So let me drag it in the public folder, then click on move. So now These files, background.png and chatapp.svg, has been moved in the public folder. After that, we will open index.html file, and in this link rel icon, we will update the image. So here we will add href chatapp.svg. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So in this browser title, you can see the chat icon. After that, we will create the folder structure for our project. So in this src folder, we will create a new folder and we will provide the folder name components, and in this folder we will create different components. Now in this src folder, we will create a new folder and write the folder name config, where we will store all the configuration files like Firebase configuration. Now in this src folder, let's add one more folder and the folder name will be lib. In this folder, we will store all the libraries. Now create one more folder in this src and write the folder name pages. So we will create multiple pages and we will store all the pages in this pages folder. After that, let's create one more folder in this src and the folder name is context. In this context folder, we will use the context API to create the context file, and in that context we will store all the states and logics. Now we will create the pages for our chat app. So we will create 3 pages. First one will be login page, second will be chat page, and the third will be profile update page. So in this pages folder, let's create another folder and the folder name is login. In this login folder, we will create new file, that is login.jsx. Here we will use the snippet arrayfce, and for this login.jsx we will create one CSS file. So in this login folder, we will create a new file with the name login.css. Now we will link this CSS file with this JSX file. For that, here we will add import /login.css. After that, in this pages folder, let's create a new folder and the folder name will be chat. In this folder, we will create one JSX file that will be chat.jsx. Here also we will use arrayfce. Now for this chat page, we will create one CSS file. So in this chat folder, we will create a new file with the name chat.css and link this CSS file with this JSX file. So just type import /chat.css. Save the changes. Now in this pages folder, let's create one more folder. So the folder name is profile update. In this folder, let's create a new file with the name profileupdate.jsx. After that, here we will use arrayfce. For this page, we will create the CSS file. So here we will create a new file with the name profileupdate.css. We will link this CSS file with this JSX file. So here just add import /profileupdate.css. We will save the changes. So we have created 3 pages, that is login page, profile update page and chat page. Now using these pages, we will create the route in the app component. For that, we will use the React router package. So let me hide this terminal and we will open main.jsx file. From here, let's remove this strict mode. And here we will use browser router tag. Within this browser router tag, we will place this app component. Now in our app component, we have the support of React router DOM. Now let's come back to the app.jsx file. Remove this div and here we will use the fragment. And here we will mount routes tag from the React router DOM. So the routes has been imported from the React router DOM package. Now within this tags, let's add route tag. Here we will provide the path that will be our home page. So just add slash and here we will use the element property, and in this element we will provide the login component page. Close this route tag also. So the login component has been imported from the pages login folder login file. So whenever user will open the website, then user will see the login page. After that, we will create one route for the chat page. So here we will add the route. Here we will add the path property that will be /chat. And here we will add the element property. And here we will provide the chat page component. Let's select it from the suggestion. So this chat component has been imported. Let's close this tag. So we have created the second route also. Now we will create the third route. So just add route. Here we will add the path property / and we will add the path / profile. Here we will add the element property. And in this element, we will provide the profile update page. Let's select it. So this file has been imported. Let's close this tag. We will save the changes. Now we have created the routes. Now we have to test this route. So first let's open this chat.jsx file. And here we will add one text. We are on the chat page. Now open the login.jsx file. Here we will add the text. We are on the login page. Now open the profile update. Here we will type we are on the profile page. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So right now our path is / which is home. So you can see the message we are on the login page because we have added the login page on home path. Now if I add /chat, now you can see the message we are on the chat page. Now if I change the path /profile, now you can see the message we are on the profile page. So now our routes are perfectly working. Now let me remove these text. After that, we will create the UI for the login page. So in this login.jsx file, in this div we will add the class name property that will be login. Within this div we will add one image tag and we will provide the class name logo. In this image src, we will add one image that is stored in this assets folder. So here we have the logo big.png. So we will use that in this image tag. Instead of importing images in each file, we have already created one file called assets.js. And in this one, we have already imported all the images and exported all the images using this assets object. Now if I want to use any image, we can simply use the assets object dot any image name. To use the assets.js file, first we have to import this file. So here let's type import assets from, and here we will add // assets folder / assets file. So this assets object will be imported from this assets file. After that, in this src, we can simply use curly braces. We will add the assets dot, and here we have the name of all the images that we have exported. So let me select logo big. Now if I open the web browser, and we will open the home page. So here you can see this chat logo. After that, we will open login.css file. And here we will provide this login class name. So here let's add .login. Here let's provide min height, that will be 100 VH. Then we will use the background property. Here we will use the URL, and we will provide background.png path that we have stored in this public folder. To access this one, here let's add /background.png. After that, we will add no repeat property. Then we will add the background size, cover. Then we will add the display, flex, align items center, justify content, space evenly. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have the image in the background. Now let's open login.jsx file, and after this image tag, here we will add one form tag, and let's add the class name login form. Let me remove this action property, and within this form tag, we have to create one h2 tag where we will add the text. So in this h2 tag, let me add the text sign up. After this h2 tag, we will create 3 input fields, and we will add the class name form input. So just type input into 3 dot form input. In the first input, we will add the type text, and the placeholder will be username. After that, we will add one attribute that is required. So this input field will be required to submit the form. If it is empty, we cannot submit the form. That's why we have added required. Now in this second input field, we will add the type email. Here we will add the placeholder property, and we will type email address. Now in the third input field, we will add the type password. And here we will add the placeholder property, and we will type password. We will save the changes. So here we have 3 input fields. After that, we will create one button tag, and here we will add the button text sign up, and the button type will be submit. So whenever we will click on this button, it will submit this form. After this button tag, let's add one div with the class name login term. In this div, we will add one input field and the type will be checkbox. After that, here we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text. After this div, we will add one more div with the class name login forgot. Here let's add one p tag with the class name login toggle. In this p tag, let's add the text already have an account. Click here. After this account text, we will add one span tag, and in this span tag we will place this text. Click here. After that, we will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have 3 input fields, one sign up button and one checkbox, and here we have these text. After that, we will add the CSS properties for the login page. So we will add the CSS property for this logo class. So in this CSS file, let's add .login.logo. Here let's add the width, and in this width we will add the max property. We will add 20 VW and 200 pixel. We will save the changes. So now you can see the perfect size for this logo. Let's open login.jsx file and we will add the CSS for this login form class name. Copy this one and paste it here in this CSS file. Here we will add the background white. Then we will add the padding 20 pixel and 30 pixel. After that, we will add the display flex direction column. Here we will add the gap of 20 pixel. Then we will add the border radius that will be 10 pixel. We will save the changes and we will open the web browser. So in the right side, you can see this box for the sign up form. Now we will add the CSS property for this h2 tag. So just add .login form h2 tag. And here let's add the font weight of 500. We will save the changes. Now the font weight is 500 for this sign up text. Next we will add the CSS properties for these input field. So let me copy this class name form input. In the second one also we will add the required attribute, and in the third one also. So we have added required in all 3 input field. Now let's add the class name here form input, and for this one let's add the padding, that is 8 pixel and 10 pixel. After that we will add the border, that will be 1 pixel solid, and here we will use this color code. Then we will add the border radius of 4 pixel. Then we will add outline color and we will provide this color code. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now these input fields are looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this button tag. So here let's add .login form button tag. For this button, we will add the padding of 10 pixel, then background color, and use this color code. After that, we will add the color property that will be white. So the button text will be white color. Then we will increase the font size. It will be 16 pixel. Then we will add the border none. Then we will set the border radius of 4 pixel. Then we will add cursor pointer. We will save the changes. Now open the web page. So you can see this button is looking good with this theme. Now we will add the CSS properties for this login term class name. So let's copy this class name. Paste it here in this CSS file. Here we will provide display flex, gap of 5 pixel, font size will be 12 pixel, and here we will use this color code. Save the changes. Now this term and condition text and checkbox is aligned in same horizontal line. Now we will add the CSS properties for this text. So let's copy this class name login forgot and paste it here in this login.css file. Here we will add display flex, flex direction column. Then we will add the gap of 5 pixel. Save the changes, and from here let's copy this class name login toggle. We will paste it here, and for this one let's provide the font size, that is 13 pixel. Then we will add the color property and we will use this color code. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So you can see the perfect size for this text. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this text. Click here that we have added in the span tag. So just add .login toggle a span tag. And here we will add the font weight 500 and we will change the color. So just add the color property and use this color code. Then we will add the cursor pointer. We will save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see the color in this click here link. Now we have created the UI of our home page, that is the login page. Now for this project we will add the custom font so that this page will look better. So let's open new tab and here we will search for Poppins font. We will open this link that is for the Google Fonts. Then click on this Get Font button. Then click on this button Get Embed Code. Then click on this Import. And from here, let's copy this statement and open the VS Code editor. Let's open index.css file. And at the top we will paste this statement. So after adding this, we will get the support of Poppins font in our project. After that, here we will add font family and here we will use the Poppins. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Let's close this tab. Now this sign up form is looking better. Now in this login page, you can see the text sign up. So we will add the logic so that when we click on this, click here, it will convert this sign up form into the login form. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will open login.jsx file. After that, here we will create one state variable. To create the state variable, we will add const, and let's add the name of this state. It will be current state. Then we will add the setter function name, set current state equal to use state. Select this use state from the suggestions. So the use state has been imported. Use this bracket. Now in this use state, we will add the initial value. So we will initialize it with sign up text. So we have created one state variable and initialized it with text called sign up. Now instead of this text sign up in this h2, we can remove this and we will add the curly braces, and here we can display this text using this state variable. So simply type current state. Save the changes and open the web browser. So right now you can see it is displaying the sign up text that is coming from this state variable. After that, here we have the p tag, and in this span tag we will add the onClick property, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call the set current state function, and in this one we will provide login. Now when we click on this button, you can see the text has been updated, and here you can see login text. Now we will add the logic so that when we click here, it will hide this username input field. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and before this input field, we will add curly braces and we will check if our current state is equal to sign up. In that case, we will provide this input field. So let's move this here after this question mark. So if the state is sign up, then this input field will be displayed, and if it is false, then simply return null. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I reload the web page, by default it is displaying sign up, and if I click on this link, click here, so you can see the message login and the username input field has been removed. Now we will add the logic on these buttons also, so that when we are on the sign up page, it will show the create account, and if we are on the login page, it will display login now. So let me remove this text from this button tag, and we will add the curly braces, and here we will use the ternary operator. So just add current state if the current state is equal to sign up. In that case, we will provide one string that will be create account. If the current state is not equal to sign up, then we will add the colon, and here we will add one text login now. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Reload the web page. Here you can see the text create account because we are in the sign up page. If I click on this link, now we are in the login state, and here we have the button text login now. Now we can switch from the sign up state to the login state, but we cannot switch from the login to sign up. So to do that, let's come back to the VS Code, and here let's copy this paragraph tag and paste it again. After that, we will remove this text, and here we will add the text create an account, and From here, we will remove this, click, we will add login here. So when we are on the sign up page, it will display already have an account, login here. And if we are in the login state, then it will display create an account, click here. Now for this one, we will add one curly braces and here we will use the ternary operator. Here first we will check our current state. If our current state is sign up, in that case, we will provide this first option, which is login. Let me move it here after this question mark. After that, here we will add the colon and provide this second p tag. So let's move it here. Now in this create an account paragraph tag, let's remove this login and we will type sign up, so that when we click on this link, it will update the state into sign up. And it will again display the username input field. So let's save the changes and open the web browser. Let me refresh this web page. Here we have these three input fields, create an account button. And here we have the text already have an account login here. Let me click here. Now it is displaying login. And here we have only two input fields, then login now button. And here we have the text, create an account, click here. If I click on this one, click here. Now we are back to the sign up page. So this functionality to switch from the sign up to login page is completely working. Now we have created the UI of our login page. Next we will create the UI of our chat page. So let's open this chat.jsx file. In our chat app, we will create three sections, that will be left sidebar, chat box and right sidebar. So we will create all three sections in three different components and we will mount them in this chat component. So first here we will add the class name property, that will be chat. And after that, for this chat class name, we will add the CSS properties. So here just add .chat and here we will provide the minimum height 100 VH. After that we will provide the background and in the background we will add the linear gradient and we will provide these color codes. Then we will add the display grid, place items center. After that, in this chat.jsx file, we will create one div with the class name chat container. We will save the changes and open the web browser. To open the chat page, here in this URL we will type /chat. So you can see the gradient color on this chat page. You can see we have added the background linear gradient. Now we will add the CSS properties for this chat container. So here we will add the class name .chat container. For this one we will provide the width of 95%. Then we will provide the height. So it will be 75 VH. Then we will provide the max width, that will be 1000 pixel. After that we will add the background color and provide this color code. Then we will add the display grid template columns. Here we will provide 1 fraction, 2 fraction and 1 fraction. We will save the changes. And in this components folder, we will create 3 components, that will be left sidebar, right sidebar and chat box. and we will mount them in this chat.jsx file. So in this components folder, let's add one new folder. Write the folder name left sidebar. Now in this components folder, let's add another new folder with the name chatbox. Now let's add one more folder in this components. And here we will add the name right sidebar. Now in all three folders we will add the JSX file. So in this chatbox folder, let's add chatbox.jsx file. Here we will use the arrayFCE. After that, for this component we will create one CSS file. So in this chatbox folder we will create a new file and the file name will be chatbox.css. Now we will link this CSS file with this JSX file. For that, here we will type import /chatbox.css. Similarly, in this left sidebar, we will create a new file that will be left sidebar.jsx. Now let's create one more new file, that is left sidebar.css. Open this JSX file and here we will use arrayFCE. And here we will import the CSS file. So just type /left sidebar.css. Similarly, in the right sidebar folder, we will create a new file with the name right sidebar.jsx. Here we will use arrayFCE. And for this component, we will create one CSS file. So in this folder, we will create a new file and write the file name right sidebar.css. Now link this CSS file with this JSX file. So here we will type import /right sidebar.css. We will save the changes. So here we have created three components, that is chatbox, left sidebar and right sidebar. Now we will mount these three components with the chat.jsx page. So in this chat container, we will add left sidebar. After that, we will mount the chat box. Then we will mount the right sidebar. So all three components has been imported from the components folder. Now first we will design our left sidebar. So let's open left sidebar.jsx file. And in this div, we will add the class name property that will be ls, means left sidebar. After that, in this div, we will add another div with the class name lstop. In this div, we will create one more div with the class name lsnav. In this div, we will insert one image. And in this src, let's add assets.logo. And here we will add the class name property that will be logo. After this image tag, we will create one div with the class name menu. So just add div.menu. And here we will insert one image tag. Here we will add curly braces. We will use assets.menu icon. After this div, here we will create another div with the class name ls search. In this div, we will insert one image tag, and here we will use the assets dot search icon. After this image tag, we will create one input tag. The type will be text, and here we will add the placeholder property where we will type search here. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the logo, icons and input field. After this div, we will create one more div, and for this one we will add the class name lslist. In this div, we will display multiple users that will be displayed in the left sidebar. For that, here we will create one div, and let's add the class name friends. In this div, we will create one image tag. Here we will use the assets dot profile image. After that, here we will add one div, and in this div we will add one p tag, and here we will provide one username. After this p tag, we will add one span tag, and here we will type hello, how are you? Using this span tag, we will display the last message from this user. If I save the changes, here we have the profile image, name and this message that we have added in the span tag. Now we will add the CSS properties for this left sidebar. So let's add the CSS properties for this ls class name. So open left sidebar .css file. Here we will add .ls, and for this one we will provide the background and add this color code. After that, we will add the color property that will be white, and here we will define the height that will be 75 VH. We will save the changes. So you can see the changed background color and the text color is white. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this lstop class name. So let's copy this one and paste it here. Here we will provide the padding that will be 20 pixel. We will save the changes. So you can see the 20 pixel padding in the top section. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this lsNav class name. So let's copy and paste it here. Here we will provide display flex, justify content, a space between, align items center. Save the changes. So you can see the logo and this menu icon is aligned in one horizontal line. Now we will add the CSS properties for this logo. So let's add .lsNav.logo. Here we will define the maximum width that will be 140 pixel. We will save the changes. Now this logo is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this menu icon. So here just add .lsNav.menu class name, then img tag. And here we will provide the maximum height that will be 20 pixel. And we will reduce the opacity, it will be 0.6. And here we will add the cursor pointer. Let's save the changes, and now you can see this triple dot is looking good. Whenever we will hover on this icon, we will see the cursor effect. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this class name ls_search. So just copy and paste it in this CSS file. Here we will add the background color property and provide this color code. After that, we will add the display flex, align items center, gap of 10 pixel. Then we will add the padding of 10 pixel and 12 pixel. Then we will provide the margin from the top 20 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have one search box where in the left side we have the search icon and in the right side we have the input field. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. For that, here we will add .ls_search img tag. For this one, we will provide the width 16 pixel. We will save the changes. Now this search icon is looking good. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this input field. So here, let's add .ls_search input tag. And here we will add the background transparent, border none, outline none, color white, font size 11 pixel. Now save the changes. Now this input field is looking good. Now we will add the CSS properties for the placeholder text written in this input field. So let's come back and here we will type ls_search input placeholder. For this one, we will add the color and this color code. We will save the changes. Now the placeholder text is clearly visible in this search bar. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this ls list class name. So let me copy this one, add it here. Here we will provide display flex, flex direction column, height of 70%. Then we will add overflow Y scroll. Save the changes. So here we have provided one height that is 70%. So whenever the content length increase more than 70%, then we will see this scroll bar. Now we have to hide this scroll bar. So let's come back and open index.css file. And here we will add double colon WebKit scroll bar and we will set it as display none. Save the changes. Now you can see that a scroll bar is hidden and still we can scroll this area. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So let's add .friends, then img tag. For this image tag, we will provide the width. That will be 35 pixel. Then we will add the aspect ratio 1/1. Then we will add the border radius 50%. So now you can see the small size for this image and here we have added the border radius so that it is displayed like a circle. Now we will add the CSS properties for this friends class name. So let's copy and paste it here. Here we will add display flex, align items center, gap of 10 pixel, padding of 10 pixel and 20 pixel, cursor pointer. Then we will change the font size. It will be 13 pixel. Save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have added the padding, and in the right side we have these text. Now we will add the CSS properties for this div tag. So here we will type .friends div tag, and here we will provide display flex direction column. Now we will add the CSS properties for this span tag. So here we will type .friends span tag. Here we will add the color property and provide this color code. Then we will reduce the font size, that will be 11 pixel. Save the changes and open the web page. So now this username is highlighted, and here we have the last message. For this one we have changed the color and font size. Now we will add the hover effect on this one. So just come back. Here let's add .friends hover. Here we will add the background color and provide this color code. Save the changes. Whenever we move the cursor, we have to change the color of this text written in the span. So let's come back. We will add .friends hover a span tag, and here we will provide the color white. Now whenever we will hover on the friends div, then it will change the color of the span tag. Now when I move cursor, this message text is in white color. Now let's come back to the left sidebar.jsx file, and here we have one div with the class name friends. So let me remove this one, and here we will add the curly braces, and here we will use one array, and here we will create one array of 12 elements, and we will fill it with empty string. Now in this array we will use the .map method, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will paste this div. In this function we will pass the individual item, and with that we will pass the index number. After that, in this div we will add the key property and provide this index. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have 12 users profile that we can scroll. So now we have created the UI of the left sidebar. After that we will create the UI of the chat box. So let's open chatbox.jsx file, and in this div we will add the class name property, that will be chatbox. In this div we will add one more div with the class name chat user. In this div we will add one image tag. In the src we will use assets.profileImage. After this image we will add one p tag, and here we will add one name. In this p tag we will insert one image tag and provide the assets.green dot. After that we will create one image tag, and here we will provide assets.help icon, and here we will add the class name help. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the image name green dot and this help icon. Now we will add the CSS properties for these elements. So first we will add the CSS properties for this chatbox class name. So let's copy it and paste it here. For this one, we will provide the height of 75 VH, then we will provide the position relative, and here we will add the background color, and in the background color we will use this color code. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this chat user class name. So let's copy it and paste it here. Here we will provide padding of 10 pixel and 15 pixel, display flex, align items center, gap of 10 pixel. Then we will add the border bottom and write 1 pixel solid and use this color code. If I save the changes, here we have the padding and images and icons are aligned in same horizontal line. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So let's add .chatUser img tag. For this one, we will provide the width 25 pixel, border radius 50%. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have added the width for all images 25 pixel. Now for the first image, that is the profile image, we will increase the width. To increase the width, let's come back and add .chatUser img tag first child. Here we will add the width 38 pixel. Aspect ratio 1/1. Save the changes. Now this image size is perfect. Now we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So here we will add .chatUser p tag, and here we will add the flex1 and font weight 500. Then we will provide the font size of 20 pixel, and here we will use this color code. Then we will provide display flex, align item center, and here we will provide the gap of 5 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now our text is also looking good and all these items are aligned in center. Now we will add the CSS properties for this green dot. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open index.css file. Here we will add img tag dot class name. For this one, we will provide the width of 15 pixel. Then we will add exclamation mark important. Now we will use this class name in the image tag. So let's open chatbox.jsx file, and in this image tag we will add the class name property, that will be dot. We will save the changes. Now you can see the perfect size for this green dot. We will display this green dot whenever this user is online. So the top section of our chat box is ready. Now we will create the bottom section. So after this div, we will add another div with the class name chat input. So let me add div.chatInput. In this div, we will add one input field and the type will be text. Here we will add the placeholder property, that will be send a message. After that, we will create one more input field and its type will be file. Here we will add the ID, that will be image. After that, here we will add the accept property, that will be image/png, comma, image/jpeg. We will use this input field to get the image that user can send. We will keep it hidden. After that, we will create one label tag. And here we will provide the ID image in the HTML for. After that, we will add one image tag, and here we will use the src assets.gallery icon. After this label tag, we will create one image tag, and here we will use assets.sendButton. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one input field, then we have one image, that is a label. If I click here, it will open the window to select any file. Then we have this send icon. Now we will add the CSS properties for this chat input. So let me copy this class name and we will paste it here. Here we will provide display flex, align item center, gap of 12 pixel. Then we will add the padding of 10 pixel and 15 pixel. Then we will add the background white. Then we will add the position absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, and we will save the changes. Now if I open the web browser, so you can see the chat input div at the bottom of chat box. Now we will add the CSS properties for these image tag. So just add dot chat input img tag. Here we will add the width of 30 pixel cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web page, you can see the perfect size for these icons. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this label tag. So here we will provide dot chat input label tag, and here we will add display flex. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this gallery icon. So here let's add dot chat input label tag img tag, and here let's add the width of 22 pixel. Save the changes. Now you can see the size for this image is looking good. Now we will add the CSS properties for this input field. So here let's add dot chat input tag, and here we will provide flex 1, border none, outline none. We will save the changes. So here we have provided flex 1. So this input field will capture all the available space. So we have created the top and bottom part of the chat box component. Now we'll add the middle part where we will display the chat messages. So let's open chatbox.jsx file, and after this div, here we will create one div with the class name chat message. In this div, we will create another div with the class name sMessage. So this div will display the sender's message. Here we will add one p tag with the class name message. And in this p tag, we will paste this text After this p tag, here we will add one div, and in this div we will insert one image tag. In this image src we will add assets.profile image. After this image tag, we will create one p tag where we will display the time. So we will take the random time 2:30 p.m. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have this message, sender's image, and here we have the time. Now we will create one copy of this div and change this class name. It will be our message. That will be receiver's message. So whenever we will receive any message, we will display that in this div with the class name our message. And whatever message we are sending, we will display that in this sender's message div. If I save the changes, so here we have two messages. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this chat message class name. So let me copy this and we will paste it here. Here we will provide the height property and we will use the CALC. Here we will add the 100% minus 70 pixel. After that, we will add the padding bottom. That will be 50 pixel. After that, we will add the overflow Y and it will be scroll. Then we will add display flex, flex direction, column reverse. Here we have to provide the space before and after this minus. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here this section is scrollable. After that, we will add the CSS properties for these image tag. So let's come back, and here we have created two div, that is sender's message and receiver's message. So in both div we have to add the same CSS properties for the image. So here we will type dot s message div img tag comma dot r message div img tag. For both image we will add width, that will be 27 pixel. Aspect ratio will be 1:1. Then we will add the border radius of 50 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now these images size is perfect. Next we will add the CSS properties for this s message and r message class name. So here we will type dot s message comma dot r message, and here we will provide display flex, align items end, justify content end, gap of 5 pixel, padding 0 pixel and 15 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now in the right side we have the images, time and this text message. Now let's come back, and here we will add dot r message, and for the receiver's message we will add flex direction row reverse, justify content start. We will save the changes. Now in the receiver's message you can see the image and time in the left side, and in the sender's message the image and time is displayed in the right side. Now we will add the CSS properties for these messages. For that, here let's add .msg class name. Let's add the color white, background color, and we will use this color code. After that, we will add the padding, that is 8 pixels. Then we will define the max width, that will be 200 pixel. Then we will add the font size, that is 11 pixel. And here we will add the font weight, that is 300. Then we will add the border radius of 8 pixel, 8 pixel, 0 pixel, and 8 pixel. After that, we will provide margin bottom of 30 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so you can see this messages are looking good. Right now, the border radius of this sender message and receiver message is pointing towards the senders. So we have to change the border radius in the receiver's message. So let's come back. Here we will add dot rmessage dot msg. Here we will provide the border radius, that will be 8 pixel, 8 pixel, 8 pixel and 0 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now the receiver's message is pointing towards the receiver's image. Now we will add the CSS properties for this time. So let's add dot smessage div, comma, rmessage div. Here we will provide the text align center. Then we will add the font size 9 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now this time is looking perfect with this size. So now we have added the CSS properties for the text messages. Next we will add the CSS properties for the images that user can send. For that, let's come back to the chatbox.jsx file, and here let's duplicate this div, which is smessage. Let me copy and paste it. And here, instead of this p tag, we will add the image tag. And in this src, we will provide one image. So let's add assets.pic1. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have one image tag. Now for this image tag, we will add the CSS properties. So let's add the class name, that is message image. Let me copy this class and paste it in the CSS file. Here we will provide the max width, that will be 230 pixel. Then we will add the margin bottom, that is 30 pixel. Then we will add the border radius of 10 pixel. We will save all these files, open the web browser. So in this image tag, you can see the border radius, maximum width, and we have added the margin at the bottom. Now the UI for the chat box is ready. After that, we will create the UI for the right sidebar. So we will open right sidebar.jsx file, and in this div we will add the class name property, that is rs, that means right sidebar. In this div we will create one div with the class name rs profile. In this div we will insert one image tag. In this image src, we will use assets.profile image. After that, here we will insert one h3 tag, and in this tag we will add one name. After this, h3 we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will insert one text. Now in this h3 we will insert one image tag, and here we will add the class name property that will be dot, and in this src we will add assets dot green dot. We will save the changes, open the web browser. So here we have the user image, then user's name, then online status, and this bio text written in the p tag. After that we have to add one horizontal line, so we will add one hr tag. Then we will create one div with the class name rs media. Here we will insert one p tag, and we will type media. After this p tag we will create one div, and here we will add 6 image tags. So we will type img into 6. In these src we will add the assets dot pick. So in the first one we will provide pick 1, then we will provide pick 2, in the third one pick 3, next is pick 4, then pick 1 and pick 2. So we have total 4 images that we have placed in these 6 image tag. We will save the changes, open the web browser. So here you can see all the images. After this div we will add one button tag, and here we will add the text logout. So you can see this text at the bottom. Now we will add the CSS properties for this rs class name. So let me copy this one, and we will open right sidebar.css file. Here we will add .rs, and for this one we will add the color white. Then we will add the background, and here we will use this color code. After that we will add position relative. Then we will define the height, that will be 75 vh, and here we will provide the overflow by scroll, so it will be vertically scrollable. Then we will save the changes and open the web browser. So you can see we can scroll this right sidebar because we have added the overflow by scroll. So we can scroll this div. After that we will add the CSS properties for this rs profile class name. So let's copy and paste it here. For this one we will add the padding from the top, that is 60 pixel. Then we will align the text in center. After that we will provide the maximum width, that will be 70%. After that we will add the margin auto, so it will take equal space from the left and right side. Now if I open the web page, you can see here we have the profile image and these texts are in center. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So just add .rs profile, then img tag, and here we will define the width, that will be 110 pixel. Then we will add the aspect ratio, that will be 1:1. After that we will add the border radius 50%. We will save the changes. Now you can see this image in the center, and here we have provided the border radius 50% so that this image is displayed in circle. After that we will add the CSS properties for this h3 tag. So here let's add .rs profile h3 tag, and here we will define the font size. Let's make it 18 pixel and we will add the font weight 400. Then display flex, align items center, justify content center, then gap of 5 pixel, and here we will add the margin 5 pixel and 0 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now this name is looking good. Similarly, we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So here we will add .rs profile, p tag, and here we will provide font size that will be 10 pixel. Then we will reduce the opacity, it will be 80%. Then we will add the font weight of 300. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So this small text, that is the user's bio, is looking good. After that we will add the CSS properties for this HR tag. So here let's add .rs, then HR. For this one, let's add the border color. Provide this color code. Then we will add the margin, that will be 15 pixel and 0 pixel. Now save the changes and open the web browser. Now you can see this HR tag is looking good and we have a space around it. Now we will add the CSS properties for this RS media class name. So let me copy this class name, add it here. Here we will provide padding, that will be 0 pixel and 20 pixel. After that we will add the font size, that will be 13 pixel. If I save the changes, here we have the padding, and here we have updated the font size to 13 pixel. After that we will add the CSS properties for these images. For that, here we will add .rs media class name, div, and here we will provide max width, that will be 180 pixel. After that we will provide the overflow Y, scroll, display grid, grid template, column, 1 fraction, 1 fraction and 1 fraction. Then we will add the gap of 5 pixel, and here we will add the margin top 8 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, here we have to update it, it will be max height. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have added the padding in the left side and right side, and here it is displaying the images. Now we have to provide the width for these image tag. So let's come back and we will add .rs media div tag, image tag. Here we will define the width 60 pixel. Then we will add the border radius, that will be 4 pixel. Then we will add the cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now the alignment of these images is looking good. Next we will add the CSS property for this logout button. So here let's add .rs, then button tag. Here we will provide the position absolute, bottom 20 pixel, left 50%, transform translate x minus 50%. After that, we will add the background and we will provide this color code. Then we will add the color property that will be white. Then we will provide the border, none. Then we will define the font size that will be 12 pixel. Then we will add the font weight that will be 300. After that, we will add the padding 10 pixel and 65 pixel. After that, we will add the border radius 20 pixel. And here we will provide the cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so you can see this logout button is also looking good. So now we have completed the UI of the right sidebar. Now in this left sidebar, here we will add one hover feature where we will get two options, edit profile and logout. So let's come back to the left sidebar.jsx file, and after this image tag, let's add one div with the class name submenu. In this div, we will create one p tag, and here we will add the text edit profile. After this p tag, we will create one hr tag, and after this hr tag, let's add one more p tag, and here we will add the text logout. If I save the changes, open the web browser, so here we have the edit profile and logout and this horizontal line. Right now it is visible, so we have to hide it, and it will be visible when we hover on this three dot. Then it will be displayed as drop down menu. So let's come back. We will open left sidebar.css file. First, here we will add .ls nav class name .menu class name. Here we will provide position relative, and here we will add the padding that will be 10 pixel and 0 pixel. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this submenu. For that, here we will add the class name .menu.submenu. Here we will provide position absolute, top 100%, right 0, width 130 pixel, padding of 20 pixel, border radius of 5 pixel, background color white, then color black, and we will save the changes. Now if I open the web browser, here we have the drop down in white color. Now we will add the CSS properties for this horizontal line. So let's add dot submenu hr tag. For this one, we will provide border none. After that, we will add the height that will be 1 pixel. Then we will add the background and this color code. After that, we will provide the margin that will be 8 pixel and 0 pixel. We will save the changes. Now if I open the web browser, here we have the space around this horizontal line. And we have also changed the color. Now we will add the CSS properties for these text. So here let's add dot submenu, then p tag. Here we will provide the cursor pointer. After that, we will decrease the font size that will be 14 pixel. We will save the changes. Now this menu is looking good. Next, we have to display this menu whenever we hover on this three dot. For that, let's come back. Here we have the submenu. So in this one, we will add display none. So it will be hidden. After that, here at the end, we will add dot menu, hover, dot submenu, and here we will add display block. So whenever we will hover on the menu, then this submenu will be visible. Right now the submenu is hidden. When I move cursor over this three dot, it is displaying this submenu. So now we have created the UI of our chat page. Next, we have to create the UI of our profile page. So to open the profile update page, here in this URL we will type /profile. So this is our profile update page, which is completely blank. So we will design this page. So let's open profile update.jsx file. And here we will add the class name property that will be profile. In this div, we will create one more div with the class name profile container. In this div, we will create one form tag. We will remove this action, and in this form tag, let's add one S3 tag, and here we will add the profile details. After that, we will add one label tag, and in this HTML for we will add avatar. Now in this label tag, we will add one input field, and the type will be file. After that, we will add the ID. It is also avatar. After this ID, here let's add the accept property, and here we will define the extensions that we can upload in this input field. So we will add .png, .jpg, comma, .jpeg. After that, we will add the hidden attribute. After this input field, let's add the image tag. In this src, we will add assets.avatar icon. And after this image tag, let's add the text, upload profile image. After this label tag, we will add one input field, and the type will be text. Here we will add the placeholder property that will be your name. After that, we will add the required property. And after this input field, we will add the text area. So let me remove the name and ID property from this text area. And here we will add the placeholder. And the placeholder is write profile bio. It is also required. After this text area, we will add one button tag. Button type will be submit, and the button text is save. After this form tag, let's add the image tag. And in this image src, we will add assets.logo icon. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here on this profile page, we have the text, then image, then we have the text, then input field, then text area and save button. And then we have the logo icon. Now we will add the CSS properties for this profile class name. So let me copy this one and open profile update.css file, paste it here. Here we will provide minimum height, that will be 100 VH. Then we will add the background, URL, and let's add the image path /background.png. Then we will add no repeat. Here we will add the background size cover. Then we will add display flex, align items center, justify content center. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now you can see this background image and all the contents are in the center. Now we will add the CSS properties for this profile container class name. So let me copy this class and paste it here. Here we will provide the background white, display flex, align items center, justify content space between. Then we will define min width, that will be 700 pixel. Then we will add border radius, that is 10 pixel. We will save the changes. Now we have this container where you can see the white background. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So here we will add the class name and let's add the class name profile pic. Let me copy this class name and save the file. Open this CSS file and add this class name profile pic, and for this one let's add the maximum width of 160 pixel. Then we will add the aspect ratio 1:1, then margin and provide 20 pixel auto. After that we will provide the border radius, that will be 50%. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now this image is small. Now we will add the CSS properties for this form. So here we will add .profile class name, then form tag. Here we will add display flex, flex direction column, gap of 20 pixel, padding 40 pixel. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here in this container left side we have added flex direction column, so all the contents are aligned vertically. Now we will add the CSS property for this h3 tag. So here let's add .profile form tag h3 tag. Here we will provide font weight 500. We will save the changes. After that we will add the CSS properties for this label. Here we will type .profile label tag. Here we will provide display flex, align items center, gap of 10 pixel, color gray, cursor pointer. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here this image and text is aligned side by side. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image. So here let's add .profile label tag, img tag. For this one let's provide width of 50 pixel. Then we will add the aspect ratio 1:1, 1/1. Then we will add border radius of 50%. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now you can see the small size for this user icon. Now if I click here, it will open the window to select the image, and we can select the JPG, PNG or JPEG file. Now we will add the CSS properties for these input field text area. So here we will type .profile, input tag, comma, text area, and here we will provide the padding 10 pixel. Then the minimum width will be 300 pixel. Then we will set the border of 1 pixel solid and this color code. After that we will add the outline color, that is this color code. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now our input field and text area is looking good. Now we will add the CSS property for this save button. So here we will type .profile, form tag, button tag. Here we will provide border none, color white, background color, and we will use this color code. Then we will add the padding of 8 pixel, font size 16 pixel, cursor pointer. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So this button is looking good. After that, here we have to add the logic so that when we select any image, then that image will be displayed here, and it will also display that image at this place. For that, we will come back to the profile update.jsx file, and here before this return statement we will add a state variable with the name image. So just add const image, and the setter function name will be setImage equal to user state, and initialize it with false. After that, in this input tag we will add the onChange property, and here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will pass the event, and we will use setEvent. Here we will add e.target.files and add the index 0. Now if I select any image, that image will get stored in this state variable. Now we will get the image, then it will change the value. It will be changed to an object. So in this image src, we will check if we have the image available in the state variable. In that case, we will use that image to display on the web page. For that, here we will add url dot create object URL, and here we will provide this image state. If this image is not selected, then we will display this avatar icon. So just add colon. We will save the changes, open the web browser. If I reload the web page, if I click on this one and let me select any image, so you can see that image preview is displayed here. Similarly, in this image tag also we will add the same logic so that when we select any image, that preview will be displayed here. For that, in this src, we will check the available image. If the image is available, in that case, we will provide URL dot create object URL, and here we will provide the image state. If the image is not available, in that case, here just add the colon and it will display this logo icon from the assets. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here also we are getting the preview of the selected image. If I click here and select another image, you can see the same image is displayed on the web page. Now we have created the UI of all pages, that is the login page, chat page, and profile page. Now we will start creating the functionality in the chat app. So first we will integrate the Firebase in our project. For that, let's open new tab and search for Firebase. Let me open this link, firebase.google.com. We will click here, go to console. Here we will click on the add project. Here we have to provide the project name. So I will type chat app JS. Then click on continue. We will uncheck this and click on create project. Now we have created the project, just click on the continue. After that, we will select this web option. Here we have to add the name of our project, that is chat app. Then click on the register app. So it will register our app. After that, we have to install the Firebase package that we have already installed. Then we will copy these tags and we will open the VS Code editor. Go to config folder and create a new file, that is firebase.js. In this file, we will paste all the code that we have copied. Let me remove these comments. We will save this file and we will come back to the web browser. Now let's click on this button, continue to the console. After that, we will click on this build, then select this authentication. Now click on this get started. Here we have to select the method for the authentication. So we will choose this email ID and password. Now we will enable it and click on this button, save. So we have enabled the authentication provider email and password. Now again click on build and select Firestore Database. Now click on this create database. Here we will select the nearest region. Then click on the next button. We will start this in test mode, so select test and click on create. So we have created the Firestore database. Now again click on the build and from here we will select a storage. Now click on get started. Here also we will select test mode, then click on next. And here click on the done button. So we have created the storage also. By using the authentication, we will allow user to log in or register. By using this Firestore database, we will store the data related to the chats and we will store the collection. And in this storage, we will store the images uploaded by the users. So first, we will create the authentication methods like login, sign up. So let's come back to the firebase.js file, and here we will create one variable, that is auth, and here we will use get auth method that we will get from the firebase/auth package. Let's select it. This function has been imported from the firebase/auth package. Now initialize it with the app instance. Now we have to initialize the database. So let's add const db is equal to get firestore. We will select it from here, get firestore from firebase/firestore package. Here also we will provide app. After that we will create the sign up method so that user can create a new account. To create the sign up method, we will add const sign up, and it will be one async arrow function. So just type async, and here we have created this arrow function. In this function we will get the username, email ID and password from the login page, and using that we will create a new user account. For that we will pass the parameter that will be username, email and password. After that, here we will add one try catch block. To create a new user, here we will use the create user with email and password method. So just type const response is equal to await, and here we will use the create user with email ID and password. So this method has been imported from the Firebase auth package. Here we have to pass the auth instance and email ID and password. We will pass the auth, email and password. We will get the email and password from the parameter. After that, it will create a new user. Now we will store that user data in one variable. For that, let's add const user equal to response.user. Now we will store this user data in our Firestore database. To store the user's data in the Firestore, here we will add setDoc method. So let's add await setDoc. We will click here. So it will import this method from the Firebase Firestore package. After that, we will provide the reference of our database. So let's add doc. We will add the DB. After that, we have to provide the collection name. So we will store the created users in the collection called users. So we have added users. After that, we have to provide the UID of the user that we will get in this variable. So here let's add user.uid. In this reference, we will add one object, and in this object we will have the property called ID, where we will store the user's ID. So just add user.uid. After that, here we will add the username, and in this username we will add username that we will get from the parameter, and we will convert it in the lowercase. For that, just add to lowercase. That is the JavaScript method. After that, we will add the email that we will get from the parameter. After that, here we will add the name, and in this name we will add the empty string. After that, we will add the avatar. In this avatar, we will store the URL of the image uploaded by the user. We will initialize it with empty string. After that, we will add the bio property. And in this bio, for now, let's add one text. So we have added this text. Whenever user will create a new account, then this default bio text will be added there. After that, we will add one last seen. And in this one, we will store the timestamp when the last time user was online. So we will use the date.now. So whenever user create one account, in the last scene, it will save the current time. Now we have created the user's data in the user's collection. After that, we will add one more data in the new collection. So let's add await, set doc. Here we will use doc. Here we will provide db. And here we will add the collection name, that will be chats. And here we will add the user.uid. In this collection, we will store one object where we will store the chat data. That will be one array. So we will initialize it with array. So whenever user create a new account, then two collections will be created. First is user collection, where these data will be available. In this one, we will store the user ID, username, email, user's name, avatar image URL, then bio, and last scene. And the second collection will be created, that is chats, where we will store the chat data, that will store the information about the user's friend and user's chat data. If we get any error in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case, we will display one error in console. So just add console.error. And here we will pass this error. After that, we will display one toast notification also whenever we get any error. To display the toast notification, we have already installed one package called React Toastify. So we will set up this React Toastify. So let's open new tab. Here we will search for React Toastify. Open this one. Scroll down. So here we have to copy these two lines and we will paste it in our VS Code. Go to app.jsx file and paste it here. So we have added this import statement. After that, here we have to add the toast container and save the changes. Now we have completed the React Toastify setup. Now whenever we have to display any toast notification, then we can use toast method that we will get from the React Toastify package. Let's click here. So it will import this toast from React Toastify package. Now here we will add toast.error and here we will provide this error.code. So we have created the signup method. After that, we will export one object where we will export this signup method. So we have exported this signup function. Now we can use this signup function in our login page. So let's open login.jsx file. Here first we have to import signup function that we have created in the firebase.js file. For that, let's add curly braces. We will add signup and click here. So it will import this signup function from the config folder firebase.js file. After that, we will open the login page. And to store these input field data, we will create 3 state variables where we will store the username, email ID and password. So here we will add const username, and the setter function name is setUsername equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. After that, we will create another state variable with the name email. And the setter function name is setEmail equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. Similarly, here we will create one more state variable. Here we will add the password. Setter function name is setPassword equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. So here we have created 3 state variables. Now we will link it with our input field. So in this input field where you can see the type text, in this one we will add the onChange property. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will pass the event. Here we will call the setUsername function. Here we will provide e.target.value. So whenever we will change the data in the input field, then it will change the state also. After that, we will add the value property where we will provide username. Similarly, in this input field where the type is email, we will add onChange property. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here let's add the event, and we will call the setEmail. In this function we will add e.target.value. After that, we will add the value property, that will be email state. Similarly, in the third input field, we will add the onChange property. Here also we will pass the arrow function where we will add the parameter event. Here we will call the setPassword function. Here let's provide e.target.value. After this onChange, we will add the value property, and here we will provide password. Now, whenever we change the value of these input field, the data will be stored in these state variables. After that, we will create one function that will be onSubmit handler. So we will add const onSubmit handler, and this will be one arrow function. Here we will get the event that we will get from this form tag. So in this form tag, let's add onSubmit, and here we will provide this onSubmit handler function. Now if I save the changes, open the web browser, if I add any value, and click on this create account button, so it is reloading the web page. To prevent this reload, here we will use event.preventDefault. Using this method, it will not reload the web page whenever we will submit the form. After that, here we will check if our current state is equal to sign up. In that case, here we will call the sign up function that we have imported here from the Firebase, and in this one we have to provide username, email ID and password. So here we will provide username, email and password. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now here if I add the username to create one account, so let's add the username test user. In the email ID we will add test@mail.com, and in the password let's add 128 and click on this create account button and open the Firebase page. We will go to authentication. So you can see the user has been created. After that we will go to Firestore Database. So here you can see two collections has been created, that is users, where we have stored the user's data, username, last seen, user ID, user email, user bio and user avatar. And here we have the chats collection. Here we have the chat data, that is one array which is empty. So whenever we will chat with the new user, then that chat data will be stored here. Now this signup is perfectly working. After that we will add the functionality so that user can log in. For creating the login feature, let's come back to the firebase.js file, and here we will create one more function with the name login. So let's add const login. It will be one async arrow function, and here we have created this login function. After that, in this parameter we need the email ID and password. So for the login we need only email and password, we don't need the username. For the login we will use the method called sign in with email and password. So let's add try catch block, and in this one let's add await, and here we will use sign in with email and password. Let's click here, so it will import this. So this method will be imported from the Firebase/auth package. After that, here we will provide the auth instance. Then we will provide the email and password that we will get from the parameter. If we get any error in this process, then this catch block will be executed, and here we will add the message in console. So just add console.error. After that we will display one toast notification also. For that we will add toast.error, and here we will provide error.code. After that we have to export this login function. So here let's add comma login. Now we can use this login function in the login page. So let's save this file and open login.jsx file, where we have imported the signup. Here we will import the login function. Here we have added the if statement. If the current state is signup, then signup function will be executed. Here we will add the else statement. If the current state is not signup, it means the current state is login. In that case, we will provide this login function, and in this login function we will provide the email ID and password, so that we can allow user to log in. Now save the changes, open the web browser, click on this link login here and click on the login now. Now we are logged in on this web page. Now for testing this, let's provide the wrong password and click on the login now. Here we have the error auth invalid credential. And if I provide the correct password and click on the login now we don't have any error and we will be successfully logged in on the web page. If I click here, create an account, and if I try to add a new account with the same email ID, here we have the error message auth email already in use. So these error messages are coming in this format auth / image / already /. So we will correct it so that we will get the simple error message. For that, we will come back to the firebase.js file, and after this error code, let's add a split method. Here we will split it with /. So whenever we will get /, we will split it, and after that we will get the second element. So here we will add the index 1. After that we will again split it, and in this split we will provide dash. So here we will get multiple elements. Next we have to join them. So we will add the join, and in this join method we will provide one space. Let me copy this statement and paste it here also in this signup method. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I click on this create account, we are using the same email ID. Now you can see the error message email already in use. If I go to login and if I provide the incorrect password, click on the login now we have the message invalid credential. So this toast notification is perfectly working. After that we will create one logout method so that when we execute that method, we will be logged out from the application. For that, here we will add const logout equal to, and it will be one arrow function. In this one we will use the signout method that we will get from the Firebase auth package. So here we will type signout, select this one. So this method will be imported. After that, here we have to provide the authentication instance. So here we will provide auth. Now whenever we will execute this logout function, we will be logged out from our application. Here also we will add the async. And here we will add await. Now let's wrap it in the try catch block. And we will move it in the try block, and in the catch block let me copy this and paste it. So whenever we will get any error in the try block, then the error will be displayed in the console and toast notification. Here in this export we will add this logout function. Now we have exported all the sign up, login and logout. Here we have created all three functions sign up, login and logout, and we have exported it from this firebase.js file. After that we will also export the auth instance and reference of the database. So we will add db. We will use this auth and db in other component and in the context. After that we will open the app.jsx file. And here we will add the use effect. So let's add use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. After that, here we will add the onAuthState changed. So we will use this method that we will get from the Firebase auth package. So it will import the onAuthState changed method from the Firebase auth package. Now in this method, whenever we will log in or log out, then this method will be executed. Using this method, whenever the authentication state is changing, then we can execute one statement. For that, here we will provide the auth. Let's click here. So it will import this auth from the Firebase. Then we will add the comma, and we will provide one async arrow function. So just add async. And here we will create one arrow function. Here in this parameter, we will get the user. So whenever the user will get authenticated, we will get one user. After that, we will check if we have the user available. In that case, we will load the user's data. And if the user is not available, in that case, we will navigate the users on the login page. So for the navigation, we will use the use navigate hook. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. We will select it. So the use navigate has been imported. And here, let's add the bracket, and we will add the semicolon. After that, in this else statement, let's add navigate. And here we will provide the path of the home page. To test this logic, let's open chat.jsx file, and here we have the right sidebar. Let's open it, and in this right sidebar, here we have the logout button. So in this one, we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass the arrow function. Here we will call the logout function that we have created in the firebase.js file. So let's add logout. We will click here. So it will import this function from the config folder Firebase file. After that, here we will add this bracket. We will save the changes and open app.jsx file, save the changes. Now if I open the home page, click here, and let's add the email ID test@mail.com, and here we will add our password and click on the login now. So now we are logged in. Now let's open the chat page, and here if I click on the logout button, then this auth will be changed and there will be no users in this user. In that case, we will be navigated to the home page. Let's test it. Let's click on the logout. Now we are back on the home page. That is the sign up page. So let me copy this and paste it here. And here we will add /chat. So now when we authenticate and we have the user, then we will be navigated to the chat page. Let's test it. Here we will add test@mail.com. Then we will add the password. Click on the login now. So now we are logged in and we are navigated to the chat page. So this onAuthState change method is perfectly working. After that, we will create our context where we will store the user's data and chat related all the data. To create the context, we will come to context folder, and here we will create a new file, and the file name is appcontext.jsx. Now we will create the context for our chat app. To create the context, here we will add export const app context equal to create context. We will select this create context that we will get from the React package. So this create context method has been imported from the React package. After that, we will create the app context provider function. For that, we will type const app context provider equal to, and here we will add one arrow function. Now in this parameter, we will take props, and here we will create one variable with the name value. So just add const value equal to, and this will be one object. In this value object, we can pass any function or variable, and we can access that in any component or page in our project. After that, here we will add return, and here we will add this bracket, and here let's return the app context dot provider method. Now in this tag, we will add the value property, and in this value property, we will provide this value variable that we have created here. After that, here we will type props dot children, and here we will add export, and we will export the app context provider. So just add export default app context provider function. So we have created the context. Now we will add the context support in our project. To add that, let's open main.jsx file, and after this browser router tag, here we will use app context provider function. Let's close this tag and place this app component between this app context provider. Let's right click and format document. So when we have added this app context provider, this app context provider function has been imported from the context file. Save the changes and close this file. Now in complete project, we have the support of context API. Now we will create some state variables in the app context file, and we will pass it in other components. So here we will create two variables with the name user data and chat data. Whenever user will log in, then we will store their user data and chat data in these state variable. So here we will type const user data and write the setter function name set user data equal to user state. Select this. So this user state has been imported from the React. Now initialize it with null. Similarly, we will add one more state variable with the name chat data. Then add the setter function name set chat data equal to user state and initialize it with null. So we have created two state variables where we will store the user's data and chat data. Now we will pass these state variable in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. So here we will add user data, set user data, then we will add chat data, set chat data. Now we can use these state variable in any component. Now let me open app.jsx file. Whenever user will be authenticated, we will send the users on the chat page. After that, we will log the user. So just add console.log user. Let's save the changes. If I open the chat app, let me reload the web page, and we will click on inspect, go to console. So here we have one message in the console. You can see here we have the user's email, then UID. Using this UID, we will load the user's chat data and user data. For that, we will create one add function in the context. So let's come back to the app context.jsx file. And here we will create one add function with the name load user data. So let's create one add function. We will add const load user data equal to, it will be one async add function. In this parameter, we will pass the UID of the user and create this add function. In this function, we will add the try catch block, and in this try block, we will add const, and here we will add the user's reference. So let's add user ref equal to, we will use the doc that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. Now in this doc, we will add the DB that we will get from the Firebase file. So DB and doc has been imported. After that, we will add the comma and provide the collection name. So you can see the collection name is users. So let's add the users. After that, we will add the UID of the user. We will get this UID from this parameter. So we have created the user reference. Now using this reference, we will get the document. So let's add const user snap equal to await. And here we will use the get doc method that we will get from the Firebase Firestore package. So this get doc has been imported. In this one, we will provide the user reference. So let's provide this user ref that we have created here. After that, we will add the console log and provide user snap. After that, we will provide this load user data function in this value. So now we can use this function in any component. So let's open app.jsx file. And here we will get the load user data function. For that, let's add const curly braces. We will add load user data equal to use context. After selecting it, use context has been imported from the React. After that, here we will provide our context file. So here in the app context, we have created this app context using this create context API. So we will provide this app context here. So let's add app context and we will select it from here. So this app context has been imported from our file. After that, in this component, we will get the load user data function. So here we will use this load user data function. So just add await load user data. And in this one, we have to provide the UID of the user. So in this console, you can see we are getting the UID in this data. So in this one, let's add user.uid. Now remove this console log and save the changes. Now if I open the web page and reload the web page, now here in this console we have the snapshot of one user. Now from this snapshot we will extract the data. To extract the data from the snapshot, let's open app context.jsx file and here we will type const user data equal to, And here let's add user snap dot data method. Using this method, we will store the data from the user snap in this user data. Now let's print this data in console log. We will print user data and open the web browser, reload the web page. So here we have one object where we have the data, avatar, bio, email ID, last seen, name and username. Now we have successfully find the user data that is stored in the users collection. Now instead of displaying this data in the console, we will store this user data in this state variable, that is user data. For that, let me remove this console log, and here we will use the setter function, set user data. So our user data will be stored in this state variable. After loading the user data, here we will add one condition. We will add if user data dot avatar and user data dot name. Here we have added the condition where if the user data avatar is available and user data and name is available, then we will navigate the users on the chat page. If the avatar and name is not available, then we will redirect the users on the profile update page so that user can set the avatar and name. For that, we will use the use navigate hook. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Let's click here. Now in this if statement we will add navigate, and here we will provide the chat path. We will add /chat. If the avatar and name is available, then user will be navigated to the chat page. Then we will add the else statement and we will send the users on the profile page. So let's add navigate /profile. If I save the changes, open the web page. If I open the home page, then it will redirect us to the profile page. First, it will check this statement. Right now, we have not added any image in the avatar and we have not provided the name. You can see it is empty string. That's why we are redirected to the profile update page. On this page, we will add the logic so that when we select any image and provide the name and bio and click on the save button, then data will be stored in this user data collection. Before that, here after this else statement, we will add one logic so that if the user is online, in that case the last seen will be updated after every 1 minute. To create that functionality, after this else statement, we will add await. We will add update doc. Let's select this update doc that we are getting from the Firebase Firestore package. After that, we will add user reference that we have created here. And after that, here we will add one object. In this one, we will define the last seen. And we will set it with date.now. That will provide us the current timestamp. Now whenever we will load the user data, then last seen will be changed. After that, we will call the set interval function. In this function, we will set the interval. Let's add 60,000 milliseconds, that is 1 minute. And the function type will be async. And here we will add the if statement. We will add the condition auth. We will select this auth from this suggestions So this auth has been imported from our Firebase file. And here we will check if our user is authenticated. Then we will update this last scene at every 1 minute. For that, let's add auth.chatUser. And in this one, let's copy and paste it here. So whenever we will execute this function, we will get the user's data and we will save that in the state variable. And if the user have the avatar and name available, then we will redirect them to the chat page. If any of the avatar or image is not available, then we will redirect the user on the profile page. After that, we have added the logic to update the last scene data. Then we have added the set interval that will update the last scene at every 1 minute. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see the last scene has been updated here with this timestamp. At the end you can see 6:31. Let me refresh this web page, and now let's check the timestamp. You can see the timestamp has been updated, and every 60 seconds it will update the last scene so that we can create the functionality to display the user is online or offline. After that, we will open profile update page. Let's open this profile update.jsx file, and here we will add the logic so that user can set their profile image, their name and bio. For that, let's open new tab, and here we will search for Firebase documentation. Let's open this link. After that, we will come to build and click on Firestore. After that, in the left sidebar, go to storage and click on web. Then click on upload file. So here we will get the method get a storage and reference. Using that, we can store any image in the database. If I scroll this web page, so here we will get this web modular API. Using that, we can store any image in the storage container. For that, let me copy this complete code, and we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here in this library folder, let's create a new file with the name upload.js. Let me paste all the codes here and remove all the comments. After that, here we have the storage reference, where if we store any image, that images will be stored in the images folder and this name. So here we will create one function with the name upload. So let's add const upload, and it will be async arrow function. So let's add async, and in this parameter we will send the file that we have to upload. So we have created this arrow function, and in this arrow function, let me paste these code. So let me move this in this arrow function. Let me right click and select format document. Now we will add export default, and we will export this upload function. So let's add export default and provide upload function. Now whenever we will get one file, we will provide that file name at this place. For that, let me remove it, and here we will add backticks. Here we will provide our folder name, that will be images, then slash, and to create the file name unique, in that one we will add the timestamp For that we'll add the $ curly braces. We will provide date.now so that we will get the timestamp of current date and time, and in this one we will add the file name. To get the file name we will use the file.name property. After that, from here we will remove this console log, and here let's add resolve, and in this resolve we will provide this download URL. Now whenever the file will be uploaded, in that case it will return this download URL where we will get the link of this image, and with that we will get the console log also, so it will update the percentage that will tell how much % our image has been uploaded. Now let me save this file and open profile update.jsx file. After that we have to save these input fields value. For that we will create two state variable with the name and bio. So let's add const name, and the setter function name is setName equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. Similarly, let's add one more state variable with the name, bio, setter function name will be setBio equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. After that we will link these state with this input field. So here we have the input field where you can see the type is text and placeholder is your name. Here we will add the onChange property, and in this one we will provide the arrow function. In this one we will send the event, and here we will call the setName function. In this one we will provide e.target.value. After that here we will add the value property, and here let's provide the name state. Similarly, in this text area also let's add the onChange property. Here we will pass the arrow function. Here also let's pass the event, and here we will call the setBio function. After that we will provide the e.target.bio. Then we will add the value property, and here we will provide the bio state. After that we will use the side effect. Using that we can load the user's data on this page. You can see here we have the users, and here we have the bio, name and avatar property. If these property is available in the users, then we will get that in the chat page. For that, here we will run the use effect, and we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and here let's add on auth state change function that we will get from the Firebase, and here we will add the auth instance. After that we will provide one async arrow function. In this function parameter we will get the user, and after that here we will add one if statement where we will check if the user data is available. In that case we will save the UID of the user in one state. So let's create one state here. Just add const UID, setter function name will be setUID equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. If the user is available, then we will call the setUID function, and here we will provide user.uid. After that, if the user is available, then we will get the user data on this page. For that, let's add const doc reference equal to doc. Let me select it. So this doc has been imported. After that, here we will provide our DB that we will get from the Firebase file. After that, we will add the collection name, that is users, and here we will provide the users UID. After that, we will take the snapshot of the doc. So just add const doc snap equal to, here we will use the get doc method that we will get from the Firebase Firestore, and in this one we will provide the doc reference. After that, here we will add one if statement. Here we will check if our doc snap data have the name property available. Then we will set that name in this state. So let's add doc snap dot data dot name property. If the name property is available in this users data, then we will set this in this state variable. For that, let's add the setter function setName, and in this function we will provide this one docsnap.data.name. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, let's copy and paste it again, and here we will check if the user data have the bio property available. Then in that case we will set the bio, and here we will provide bio property. Similarly, paste it again, and here we will check the user data have the avatar available. So let's use this state variable. In that case, we will create one state variable. So let's create the state variable with the name const prev image, that is the previous image. Setter function name is set prev image equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. If the user data have the avatar property available, then we will add set previous image, and here we will provide docsnap dot data method dot avatar property. So we have added all three if statement. If the user have the name data, bio data or avatar data, then we will set them in these state. If the user is logged out, in that case, here we will add the else statement, and here we will navigate the users on the home page. That will be our login page. If user authenticate and login on the web page, then these code will be executed, and if user log out, then we will navigate them to the home page. For that, here we will use the use navigate hook. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and in this else statement we will add navigate, and here we will provide the path of the home page. Let me save the changes, open the web page. Let me reload the web page. So here we are getting one error. Let me come back, and here we have to add the await. We will save the changes and open the web page. Let me reload the web page. Now you can see the user bio has been updated in this text area. Now we don't have the name property and the profile image. That's why this name field is empty. It is not loading the name data. Next we will add the logic so that we can update the profile image and name from here. For that, here let's add one arrow function with the name profile update. So let's add const profile update equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So let's add async. In this parameter, we will get the event and create this arrow function. Now we will link this arrow function with our form tag. So here we have the form tag, and let's add the onSubmit property. And here we will provide profile update function. Now in this function, we will add event dot prevent default, so that it will not reload the web page when we submit the form. After that, we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we will add the logic. Using that, we can update the name, bio, and avatar image in the database. For that, here we will add one if statement, and here we will add the condition. So let me add exclamation previous image. So in this if statement, we will add the condition if the previous image is not available and user has not selected any new image. In that case, we will display one toast notification. So let's add toast dot error, and here we will add upload profile picture. If I save the changes and open the web browser, right now we don't have any avatar image. And here, if I have not selected any image and click on the save button, here we will correct it. Let me remove this exclamation. We will add only image and open the web page. We have not selected any image and the previous image is empty. We have not stored any image in this avatar. If I click on this save button, here we have not selected any image, and if I add any name like John and click on this save button, so here you can see this message, upload profile picture. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will create the reference of this user. So let's add const docref equal to doc. Here we will provide the DB, then collection name, that is users. Then we will add the UID of the user. So simply add UID. We will get this UID from this state. After that, we will add one if statement, and here we will check if user have selected any image. So here we will add image. If the user has selected any image, then this if statement will be executed. And if user have not selected the image, then this else statement will be executed. So here what we are doing, if user have not selected the image, then we will update the name and bio property. And if user have selected the image, then we will upload that image on our a storage container using this upload.js file. So here let's add const image URL equal to await, and here we will use this upload method that we have created in the library upload.js file. So this upload has been imported. Now in this upload, we will pass the image. When the image will be uploaded, we will get the image URL. After that, here let's add the set previous image and provide this image URL. And here we will update our database with this image URL. For that, let's add await update doc. Let me select it. In this one, we will provide the reference of the document. So just add docref. And here we will provide one object. Here we will add avatar. And in this one, we will save the image URL. Then we will add the bio. And here we will provide the bio state. Then we will provide the name property, and in this one we will provide the name state. So whenever user will select the image and click on the save button, then this logic will be executed. That will store the image URL, then update the bio and update the name also. After that, let me copy this and paste it here in this else statement. Here, if user has not selected the image, then this else statement will be executed. In that case, let me remove this avatar and image URL. Now let's save the changes and open the web browser. If I select any image, let me select this image. Then here let me add one name. So let's add Richard Sanford. Click on the save button. When we clicked on the save button, here we have the error in the console. So you can see the upload is completed 100%, but after that we are getting one error also. So let me check that. We will come back to the storage. We will come back to the Firebase, open this storage. Here we have the images folder, and in this folder you can see we have the image that we have uploaded. Now let me resolve that error. So let's open this upload.js file. And instead of this resolve, we will add return. Let me save the changes and come back to the web page. After that, let's click on the save button. Now it will upload the image. You can see the upload 100%. Here we are getting the error. We are getting this error from the upload.js file. So we will check that. Before that, we will come back to the Firebase. And here we will open a storage. Here you can see the images folder, and in this images folder we have the image that we have uploaded. Now to resolve this error, let me come back to the VS Code editor and we will open upload.js file. Here we have added resolve. So for that we have to create one promise. So let's add return, new promise, and here we will pass one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will pass the resolve and reject. After that, let me cut these code and paste it here in this return new promise. If I save the changes and open the web browser and click on the save button again, so here you can see the upload is completed 100%. After that, if I open the storage, let me reload it. Now you can see two images, right? After that, if I open Firebase database, then click on user collections, user data, and in this avatar property we have the link. If I copy this link and open it in the new tab, let me remove this double quote and open this URL. So you can see the image is open. So here is the image URL. It means the upload.js file is perfectly working. So this functionality is working. We have updated the name also. After that, we will close this console and come back to the VS Code editor. And now we will open app.context.jsx file. Here we have created the state variable with the name user data. In this one we have stored the user data. So when we update the user data in the profile, we will update the user data state also. To update the user data, after this else statement, here we will type const snap equal to await. Here we will use get doc method, and here we will provide the reference of our document. After that, we will call the set user data function. We have created that in the app context. So first we have to import that. So here let's type const curly braces set user data equal to use context and provide our app context. After that, here we will call the set user data function, and in this one we will pass the snap dot data method. So using this, our user data will be updated with the avatar image, bio and name. After that, we will navigate the users on the chat page. So whenever user click on the save button, then the user will be navigated to the chat page. For that, let's add navigate, and here we will provide /chat path. If we get any error in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add one console.error and provide this error. After that, we will display one toast notification. So just add toast.error and provide error.message. After that, we will save the changes and open the web browser. Here, if I select any profile image and click on this save button, then the profile will be saved and we will be navigated to the chat page. After that, we will add the navigate link on this edit profile menu so that it will open the profile edit page again. For that, let's come back to the left sidebar .jsx file, and here at this text edit profile we will use the use navigate hook. For that, let's type const navigate equal to use navigate, and in this p tag let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function and call this navigate, and in this one provide the path of the profile page, that is /profile. If I save the changes, open the web browser, if I hover on this and click on this edit profile, so it will open the profile update page. Now we will add the logic. When we are on this page and the profile have one image also, then our profile image will be displayed here. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will open profile update.jsx file and come here on this image tag. And here we have added the logic using the ternary operator. If we have selected any image, that image will be visible, else the assets.logo will be visible. Now in this ternary operator, we will create another nested ternary operator. So here let's add previous image. If the previous image is available, in that case we will display the previous image, else previous image is not available, then the assets.logo icon will be displayed. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have the profile image. So this logic is also working. Now we have added all the functionalities in our profile update page. Now we will come back to the VS Code editor and we will open app context.jsx file. Here we have loaded the user data. After that, we will add the logic. Using that, we can load the chat data of the user. To load the chat data, we will use the use effect. So just add use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function And here let's add the dependency array. In this dependency array we will add the user data. Whenever the user data will be updated and we will make any changes in the user data, then this function will be executed. So in this use effect we will add if statement, and here we will check if the user data is available. In that case we will save the user's data chat data in this state. For that let's add const chatref equal to doc. Here we will provide the DB, then collection name, that is chats. So just add chats. Then we will provide the user's ID. For that let's add user data dot ID property. After that we will use the onSnapshot method. If I come to Firebase and here if I search for onSnapshot, so here we will get this get real-time update with Cloud Firestore. Using this onSnapshot method we can access the collection data, and if there is any changes in that document then this function will be executed again so that we can get the real-time update. We will implement this in the chat app. So here we will type const unsub equal to, and we will add onSnapshot and provide the chat reference. Then we will provide one async arrow function. In this parameter we will add a response. Now from this response we will get the chat data. To get the chat data let's add const. Here we will create one variable that will be chat items equal to, it will be response dot data, and from this one we'll get the chats data. Here we have added the chats data because in this collection we have added the array called chat data. We will access this array here. When we chat with any user, then in this array their chat data will be created. Whenever we will load the chat data, we will also get the data of that particular user. To get the other user's data, here we will add const, and let's add the variable name temp data. It will be one array. After that we will add one for loop. Let's add const item of chat items. Whenever the chat items will be loaded, this for loop will be executed. Now in this for loop, for each chat item we will fetch the user's data and we will add that with the chat data. So let's add const user ref equal to doc. Here we will provide db, then provide the user's collection. After that we will add the item dot rid. Whenever we will create the chat data, in that one we will create the rid. That rid will display the receiver's ID. After that we will add the const user snap equal to await. Then we will call the getDoc method and pass the user ref. Now we will extract the user data from this user snap. So just add const user data equal to user snap dot data method. So here we will get the user data. Now we will add this user data and chat items in one object and store that in this temp data. So let's add temp data dot push method. Here we will provide one object. Let's provide the item, and in this one we will add the user data. When this for loop will be completed, then we'll get one array where we will get the chat data with the user's data who has sent this chat. After that, we'll add the set chat data function and provide this temp data. Now we will sort this array. So to sort this array, we will use the sort method, and here we will pass one arrow function. In this one we will pass two parameters a and b, and here we will add the condition if b dot update at minus a dot updated at. Here also we will add updated at. So whenever we will create the chat data, in that one we will add the updated at property that will tell us the which chat is recent. So we will keep the recent chat at the top and old chat at the bottom. After that, this temp data array will be sorted. Now we will call this unsub. So to call this one, let's add return and pass one arrow function, and here we will call this unsub function. Whenever user data will be loaded, their chat data will be loaded, and in the chat data we will get the receiver detail also in the chat data. After that, we will create the functionality for the left sidebar, so that here we can search any other user and we can add them in the friend list. For that, let's click on the logout, and here we will create multiple dummy accounts. So let's select one username, Richard. Here we have to provide the email ID, so let me copy this. Here we will paste it and write @mail.com. This is just a dummy email ID. Then we'll add any password and click on the create account. We have created the account. Now we don't have any profile image and we are at the profile page. Here we can select any image. Here we'll add the name. Here we'll update the bio. Let's add this text and click on the save button. Here we have one error, update doc called with invalid data. Let me check this one. Let's open the console. Click on the save button again. Now the data has been updated. Here we have the error, chat items is not iterable. Let me check this one. We will come to app context.jsx file. After this chat item, let me add console log and provide chat items variable. Now if I open the web browser and reload this one, so here our data is undefined. Let me log the response.data and save the changes and open the web browser. Here we are getting the chat data. Here we have added one spelling mistake. Let me correct it. It will be chat data. We have added chats data. So you can see we are getting the chat data. We will rename it. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we are creating the user in the Firebase.js. Here we have added chat data, so let me make it chats data. Save the changes. Now let me delete this data from here. So let me delete this chat collection. Let's type chats, delete. Let me delete this users data also. Now let's go to authentication and delete these user also. So we have deleted the user also. Now from this storage, we will delete this image folder. Now we have cleaned this Firebase. If I reload the web page, now we are at the login page. Now we will create some dummy accounts. So let's type Richard. In the email ID, let's type richard@mail.com. This is the dummy email ID. We will add any password and click on the create account. Now the account has been created. After that, we will provide the name, then select the profile image and click on the save button. Now the profile has been created without any error and we are at the chat page. If I click on logout and we are on the sign up page. Now we'll create the second profile. So let me take another username. Let's add any dummy email ID. Then we will add any password and click on create account. Here we will update the profile image. Then we will update the name and click on save button. So we have created two accounts. Let me click on logout and create another account. Let me take the username, one dummy email ID, and we'll add the password. Then click on create account. So here we can update the profile image. Then we will provide the name and click on save button. So we have created 3 accounts. Now we are logged in with this account. Now we will add the logic for the search feature so that we can find the other users and we can add them in the chat list. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. And from here we will open left sidebar.js file. Here we will create one arrow function with the name input handler. So just add const input handler equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async. Here we will pass the event. So in this parameter we have added e. Then we have created this async function. In this one we will add one try catch block. Next we will add this input handler function with our input field. So in this input field, let's add the onChange property, and here we will add the input handler function. So whenever we will make any changes in the input field, then this input handler will be executed. Here we will add the logic so that when we provide any username in this input field, then the user account will be displayed here with the particular username. So let's come back, and in this try block, let's add const input equal to e.target.value. So we will get the input field value in this variable. After that, we will create the reference of user collection. For that, let's type const user ref equal to, and here we will use the collection that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. Then we will provide our DB that we will get from the Firebase. After that, we will provide the collection name, that is users. After that, we will create one query where we will match the username from the property of this user collection. For that, let's add const q equal to query. We will get this query from Firebase Firestore. Here we will provide user ref. Then we will add the where that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. And in this where we will add the condition. If the username is matching, for that let's add double equal to, then add the comma, and here we will provide the value of the input field. So we have stored the username in the database in lowercase, and suppose user search for the username with uppercase. Then we have to convert the input field in lowercase. So here just add dot to lowercase. Use this method. Now the query has been created. Now we will fetch the document related to this query. So just add const query snap equal to await. Here we will use get docs, and in this get docs we will provide this query. After that, we will check whether we are getting the data or not. Whenever we will change the input, then this function will be executed, and every time this query will be executed. So here we will check if any data is available in the query. For that, we will add one if statement, and here in this if statement we will add not query snap dot empty. If the query snap is not empty, in that case, here we will add the message in console log. So in this console log, we will display the query data. So let's add query snap dot docs property. Docs is one array, so let's add the index number 0. Then we'll add the data method. If we save the changes and open the web browser, and we will open the console tab. Let me reload this one. We can remove this console, so let's come back to the app context file. And from here, remove this console. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now here in this left sidebar, we have the search box. Right now we have logged in with this profile. So now we'll try to search with this profile. Now we will try to search this another profile, which is Allison. So as we have typed this name in the search box, in the console you can see we have one object where we have the data of this particular username. If I remove it and I will search for this username, let me copy and paste it here in this search box. Now you can see the data of this Richard username. So this search is perfectly working. Next we have to display this data in the left sidebar. After that, here we have one problem. If we search our own profile, here we are getting the own profile detail also. So now we'll add the logic so that it will not display our own profile. So let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will get the user data from the context API. So let's open left sidebar.jsx file. Here we will add const curly braces user data equal to use context, and here we will provide app context. After that, in this if statement, we will add the AND operator, and then we'll add query snap dot docs index 0 dot data dot id is not equal to user data dot id. If the query data is not empty and with that the data id is not same as the user data id, then this statement will be executed. So now if I reload the web page and if I type our own username here, then there is no console log. Now in this search result, we will not get our own profile. If I search for another username, so here in console, it will display the user data. So this functionality is working. Now let's come back to the left sidebar.jsx file, and here we will create two state variables. First one will be users. So just add const user and setter function name is setUser equal to use state and initialize it with null. After that, we will create one more state variable that will be so search. Then we will add the setter function name set so search and initialize it with false. So we have created two state variable. Whenever we will find any user, then we will store the user data in this state and we will make this so search true. For that, from this if statement, remove this console log, and here let's type set user. Here let's provide query snap dot docs index 0 dot data method. After we have stored the data in this set user, we will come here after this input variable, and here we will add one if condition. Here we will check if the input is available. In that case, we will execute these codes. Let's right click and format document. If we are getting the input, then we will generate this query and search this data. In this if statement, we will add set so search true. And after that, here we have the closing if statement. So just add else statement, and in this else statement, we will add set so search false. And after this if statement, here we will add one else statement, and here we will add set user null, so that when we don't get any user, we will make it null. So we have created this logic. Now if I search any user and if we get the user, then we will set that user in this state and we will make this set so search true. Suppose we don't get any user with that username, then we will add set user null. If we have not entered anything in the input field, then it will make this set so search false. Now using this logic, we will display the user in the left sidebar. Let me close this console and come back to the VS Code editor. Here scroll down and in this ls list, let's add the curly braces and here we will use the ternary operator. So first we will check if the so search is true, and with that the user data is available. In that case we will display that user data. So here we will add the question mark and here we will provide one div. Let's add the class name for this div. That will be friends, and one more class name, add user. In this div we will add one image tag and here we will use the user.avatar. If the user data is available, then we will display the user's avatar. After that we will add the p tag and here we will display username. So let's add user.name. After that, here we will add the colon and here we will provide this array map. So let me cut this and paste it after this colon. Let me remove this curly braces. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, here we have this list because the so search is not true and we don't have any user data. And now if I search any user, let me copy and paste it here. So here we have the user's name and image. If I copy and search the another user, now you can see another user name and image. If I search our own username, then there will be no result. So again it is loading the chat data. So this search functionality is perfectly working. After that we will add the logic using that if we search any user and click on that, then that user data will be saved in our chats collection in this chats data array. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will create one arrow function with the name add chat. So let's type const add chat equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So we have created this async function. Next we will create the functionality for this add chat. So first we will link this function with this div. So on this div we will add the onClick property and provide the function, that is add chat. After that we will create this add chat function so that when we search any user and we click on that user, then that user will be loaded in the chat data. With that we will also create one collection where we will store our own chat data and that searched user chat data. For that, here we will create one collection reference. So just add const messages ref equal to collection, and here we will provide db and provide the collection name, that is messages. We will create this new collection when we will add the chat between two users. After that we will add one more collection, so just add const chatsref equal to collection. Here also we will provide the db, and here we will provide the collection name chats. After that we will add the try catch block, and here we will add const new message ref equal to doc, and here we will provide the messages ref. Here we are creating one document in this messages collection, so let's type await set doc, and here we will provide the new message ref. After that we will add one object where we will define create at, then we will use the server timestamp that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. After that we will add one messages property and initialize it with one array. Whenever we will connect two users, then we will create a new collection in this messages collection where we will get the chat data of both users, and we will store that chat messages in this messages array. So using this, in this messages collection there will be one new entry, and this message reference we will add in our chat data and users chat data. So just add await update doc, and here we will provide doc chat ref, then provide the user ID. So this is the user ID that we have searched. After that we will pass one object. Here we will use the chats data, that is this array, and in this array we will create a new entry. To create the new entry, here we will use array union that we will get from the Firebase Firestore, and here we will add this object where we will add the message ID, and in this message ID we will store new message ref dot id property. After that we will add one last message property. Whenever two users is chatting, then the recent message will be stored in this last message. After that we will create one receiver ID property, and here we will use the user data dot id, that is our ID. After that in this chat data we will store the updated at property where we will store the timestamp. So just add date dot now. After that we will add the message seen property, and by default it will be true. Whenever we will establish the connection between two users, then we will create this data in both users data. After that let's create one copy of this, and instead of this user.id we will add userdata.id, and here we will update user.id. Now whenever we will add a new chat, then for both user database one new entry will be created. Now we will test this logic. So let's come back to the web browser. And here if I search any user and click on this user, then that logic will be executed. And here if I reload this Firebase, our data is not saved yet. So let me right click, select inspect. We will open the console. If I click on this one and reload this Firebase, right now our data is not loading, so we will check it. For that, here in this catch block we will use toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. After that we will add the console log. So let's add console.error and provide this error. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and here if I search any user and click on this user, here we have the message doc is not defined. So let's check it. Here we have used doc, but we have not imported it. So we will import this doc. So let's select this doc from the Firebase Firestore. So this doc has been imported. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I click on this one and open the Firebase, reload this one. So here we have a new collection, messages. So this is the message ID, and in this one we don't have any message, and here we have the create at. Now if I open the chats data, so here in this user's chat data we have one entry where we have the last message, message ID, message seen, receiver ID, and update at timestamp. And in the second user also we have the message ID, last seen, receiver ID, and updated at timestamp. So here we have connected this user with this user. When we have searched this user and clicked on this user, then add chat function has been executed. Then in both user, data has been created. And here we have the messages collection, and this is the messages ID. And if I open any of these users chat data, here we have the same message ID. Whenever these two users will chat, then that chat data will be stored in this messages collection, in this messages array. So here we have added the user. Now we will add the logic so that when we will search the user and added that in the friend list, then in the next search that user will not be displayed. For that, here we will come back in this input handler function that you can see in this left sidebar .jsx file. In this if statement we will use the chat data. So from this context we will get the chat data, and here on this chat data we will use .map method, and here we will pass individual user, and here we will check if the chat data have any user available with the ID same as the search user. In that case, that user will not be displayed. So here we will create one variable, let user exist equal to false, and in this map we will map all the user. If the user ID is same as the search user, then this user exist will be true. So here we will type if user dot RID, if it is equal to query snap dot docs index number 0 dot data method dot id property. If it is matching, it means the user that we have searched is already available in the chat data. So in that condition, we will not display that. So here we will use user exists equal to true. After this mapping, here we will add another if statement, and here we will check if user exists is not equal to true. In that case, we will set the user. And if this user is already available in the chat, in that case, we will not set that user. Now we will check this logic and open the web browser. And here, reload the web page. And we are logged in this user account, and we have added this user in the chat. If I copy this username and paste it here, then this user is not coming in the search. Now if I search another user, so you can see that user is coming in the search result. If I click here and reload the web page, now if I copy and paste it here, then this user is not coming because we have already added them in the chat data. So this functionality is also working. After that, this data that we have displayed as a static data, so instead of this, we will display the chat data. So to display that, let's come back. We will come to left sidebar.jsx file, and here we have added the array where we have added this fill. Let me remove it. And here we will add chat data. Now from this image src, remove this one, and here we will use item dot user data dot avatar. Now let's remove this name from this p tag, and here we will add the curly braces, and we will display item dot user data dot name. Similarly, from this span tag, remove this text, and we will display the user's last message. For that, here we will add item dot last message. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have added two users in the chat that is displayed here. Now we will add the logic using that. If I select any user, then their chat will be displayed in the chat box. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will create one arrow function with the name setChat. So just add const setChat equal to async. And here we will get the item from the parameter. Then we will create this arrow function. We will execute this function whenever we click on this div. So let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call the setChat function, and in this one we will provide this item. After that, we will come here in this function, and here we will log this item. We will save the changes and open the web browser. And if I click on any of this user from the sidebar, now in this console we have one object where we have the last seen, message ID, message seen, receiver ID, updated at, and user data. This is the user data from which user we are chatting. Now using this data, we will set this user in the chat box. For that, let's open app context.jsx file, and here we will create one state variable with the name messages id. So just add const messages id, then the setter function name will be set messages id equal to use state, and initialize it with null. After that, we will create one more state variable with the name messages. So let's add const messages, then setter function name will be set messages equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, we will create one more state variable with the name chat user. So just add const chat user, then setter function name will be set chat user equal to use state, and initialize it with null. Here we have created 3 state variables. Here we have one error. So we have initialized the chat data with null, and whenever the component is getting loaded, here we are getting the value null. So to solve this one, let's open chat.jsx file, and here we will get the chat data and user data from the context API. So just add const curly braces chat data comma user data equal to use context, and here we will provide the app context. After that, here we will create one state variable with the name loading. So just add const loading, setter function name will be set loading equal to, and here we will use the use state and initialize it with true. So when the chat data and user data is loading, till that we will display one loading screen. So for that, in this div we will use the ternary operator, and here we will check if our loading is true. In that case, we will provide one paragraph tag where we will add the class name property, and the class name is loading, and in this p tag we will add loading ... After that, we will add the colon, and here we will provide this div, that is chat container. So when the chat data and user data is not available, then this loading will be displayed, that will display this loading text, and if the chat data and user data has been loaded, then we will display this chat container. After that, here we will add one use effect that will change the loading state after loading the chat data and user data. So just add use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this array we will add chat data and user data. From this data, if any of the data gets updated, then this function will be executed, and here we will add the if statement where we will add chat data and user data. If both data is available, then we will add set loading false. We will save the changes and open the web browser. If I open the console, reload the web page, here you can see the loading text, and here we don't have any error. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this loading text. So let's open chat.css file, and here we will add the class name .loading. Here we will provide font size 50 pixel, then we will add the color property that will be white. We will save the changes and open the web browser. If I reload this, here we have the loading text. And when the chat and user data gets loaded, then this chat component is visible. Now we will come back to the app context.jsx file. Here we have created 3 state variables. So whenever we will click on any user from the left sidebar, then we will send the messages ID in this state. And related to that user, we will load the messages in this messages state. And when we click here, we will send the user's data in this chat user data. For that, we have to pass these state and setter function in the context. For that, here we will add messages, set messages, then we will add messages ID, set messages ID, then we will provide chat user, set chat user. So here we have passed the state and setter function using our context value. Now we can access it in any component. So let's open left sidebar.jsx file and remove this console log. And here first we will destructure the state and variables. So here let's add chat user, then we will add set chat user, then we will provide set messages ID. This U will be capital. Then we will add the messages ID. Then save the changes. Now scroll down and come here in this set chat function. Here we will use this set messages ID, and in this one we will provide item.message ID. Then we will add the set chat user, and in this one provide this item. Let's save this file. Now let's open chatbox.jsx file. And here before this return statement, we will add the user's data, message ID, chat user, messages state from our context API. So let's add const curly braces. We will add user data, messages ID, chat user, messages, set messages function equal to use context, and in this use context we will provide our app context. So let's right click and select format document. After that, here we will create the state variable where we will store the data of this input field. So here we will add const input comma set input equal to user state, and initialize it with empty string. After that, whenever we will click on any user from the left sidebar, then the message ID will be stored and chat user will be stored. Then we will display the user name, user's profile image, and using the messages ID we will find the messages related to that particular user. For that, here in this return statement we will add the condition, and here if the chat user is available, then this chat box will be displayed. If the chat data is not available, in that case here we will return one div. And in this div, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide chat welcome. Now in this one, we will add one image tag. And in this image tag, we will provide assets.logo icon. After that, we will create one p tag, and here we will provide one text, that is chat anytime, anywhere. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So now we have not selected any chat, then this logo is visible, and if I select any person, then this chat box will be displayed. Let me reload the web page. Now we will add the CSS properties for this chat welcome div. So let's open chatbox.css file, and here we will add the class name dot chat welcome. Here we will provide the width of 100%. Then we will provide display flex, flex direction column, align items center, justify content center, gap of 5 pixel, color, and use this color code. We will save the changes. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So let's add .chat welcome img tag, and here we will provide the width 60 pixel. Save the changes. So you can see this image. Now we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So here we will add the class name .chat welcome, then p tag. Here we will define the font size. That will be 20 pixel. Font weight 500. Here we will use this color code. Now this text is looking good. Let me remove this color code. After that, when we click on any user from the left sidebar, then the user data will be displayed here. For that, let's open chatbox.jsx file. And here in this src, let me remove this assets, and here we will add chat user dot user data dot avatar. Save the changes. Now you can see when we select the user, that image will be displayed here. If we select the first user, that user image will be displayed here. If we select the second user image is displayed here. After that, let me remove this text. And here we will add curly braces, and here let's add chat user dot user data dot name. If I save the changes, now you can see the name is displayed here. If I select the first user will be displayed. If I select the second user name will be displayed. After that, we will load the messages of the particular user. For that, we will use the use effect. So let's add use effect. Here we will pass one arrow function. After that, we will add the dependency array. And in this dependency array, we will add the message ID. After that, we will add the if statement and provide the messages ID. Whenever the messages ID will get updated, it will execute this function. Here we will check if the messages ID is available. In that case, we will find the messages related to the particular message ID. So let's add const. We will use this variable name unsub equal to on snapshot. Here we will add doc In this doc we will provide DB, then we will provide the collection name, that is messages, and here we will add the messages ID. After that we will pass one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add the response as parameter, and here we will call the set messages function, and in this one we will pass the response.data dot messages array, and we will reverse this messages array, so just add reverse method. After that we will add return and provide this arrow function. In this one we will call the function unsub. So we have added the logic. So whenever we will select the user from the sidebar, their messages will be stored in the state. Here we will add one console log, and in this one let's provide this response.data.messages.reverse. Let's save the changes and open the web browser. If I right click and select inspect, go to console. If I click on the first user, here we have one array. Right now we have not created any message, that's why this message is empty array. Now we will add the logic so that user can send the message. For that, first we have to link this input state with the input field. So in this input field, where you can see the type text, we will add the onChange property and we will pass the arrow function. Here we will pass the event, and here let's call the set input function. Here we will provide e.target.value. Then we will add the value property, and in this one we will provide the input state. After that we will scroll up, and here we will create one arrow function with the name send message. So let's add const send message equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So let's add async. Here we will add one try catch block, and in this try block we will check if we have any input in the input state and we have the messages ID also. In that case, here we will send this message. So to send this message we will add await update doc, and here we will provide doc. In this doc we will provide DB. Then we will add the collection name, that is messages, and here we will add the messages ID. After that we will pass one object where we will add messages, and in the previous messages we will use array union that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. In this array union we will pass one object, and here we will pass the sender ID, and in this one we will provide our user ID. So let's add user data.id. Then we will add the text, that will be input. After that we will add the created at property. Here we will provide new and this date constructor. Using this, our message will be stored in this message ID. After that we will modify the user data also. Here we will close this console. Here in this chats we have created last message property, right? So whenever we will send any message, then we will update this last message. For that, in this if statement only, we will create another array. So just add const user IDs, and in this one we will store our own user ID and chat user ID. So let's add chat user dot receiver ID and user data dot ID. So this is the chat users receiver ID and this is our own ID. In both users ID chat collection, we will add the last message. For that, here we will use user IDs dot for each, and in this method we will pass one async arrow function. Here we will pass the individual ID, and using this ID we will create one document reference. So just add const user chats ref equal to doc, and here we will provide db, then collection name, that is chats, and our ID. After that we will get the user's data. For that, let's add const user chats snapshot equal to await, and here we will use get doc method that we will get from the Firebase Firestore package. In this one we will use user chats ref. After that we will add the if statement, and in this one we will check user's chat snapshot exists or not. So let's add user chats snapshot dot exist method. If this collection is available, then this if block will be executed. So in that case, let's add const user chat data equal to user chat snapshot dot data method. After that, in this chats data we have multiple data available, so we have to find the particular user data. So for that, here we will type const chat index equal to user chat data dot chats data dot find index method, and here we will pass one function, and in this function we will add parameter c, and let's add c dot message id if it is equal to the messages id. It means we have to modify that particular data. For that, let's add user chat data dot chats data, and here we will provide this chat index that we will get from this find index. Now we will update the last message property of this data, and in this one we will set the input field data. So whenever we send any message in the input box, we have to display that message in the last message. For that, we will add dot slice method, and here we will add the index 0 to 30. After that, come here, and after updating this last message, we have to update this updated add property also, so that when we send the new message, that message will be displayed on the top. For that, here we will add user chat data dot chats data, and here we will add the chat index dot and here we will modify updated add property, and here we will set date dot now. That will be our current timestamp. After that, here we will add one if statement, and here we will check if user chat data dot chats data, and here we will provide the chat index, and here we will use receiver's ID. If this receiver ID is equal to our user data ID, in that case we have to make this false, which is message seen. For that, here we will add, let me copy this, paste it here, user chat data dot chats data chat index dot message seen, and we will make it false. So we have modified all these data, last messages, updated at, and message seen also. Now we will save these data. For that, we will add await update doc method, and here we will provide user chats ref. In this one, we will add this object where we will provide the chats data, and here we will set user chat data dot chats data. So here we have modified the data and saved it in our database. We will save the changes, and here if we get any error in this try block, then we will add one toast notification in the catch block. So just add toast.error, and we will add error.message. We will save the changes, and if I open the web browser, if I type any message, testing the message function. After that, we have to link this function with our send button. For that, let's scroll down, and here in this image tag where we have added the send button, so let's add onClick property, and here we will pass the send message function. Save the changes. Now let's come back to the web browser, and if I click on this send icon, then you can see in the last message we have the testing the message function that we have written in this input field. If I go to messages, collections, and here we have one collection available where you can see this message. Here we have the sender ID, that is our user ID, and here we have updated the message time. Now we can successfully send the message. After sending the message, we have to clear this input field. For that, here in this send message function, and after this catch block, here let's add set input and provide empty string. So let me modify this message. Let's type sending new message and click on the send icon. Now the message will be sent and input field is clear. And here you can see the last message, that is sending new message. So this functionality is perfectly working. Now we will display all the messages that we have sent in this chat box. For that, let's come back. Here in this div where you can see chat MSG, here we will add the curly braces, and here we will use the messages state where we have stored all the messages. Let me remove this console log. In this messages state, we will use the map method. Here we will pass one arrow function. And in the parameter, we will take the individual message and index number. After that, here we have to provide one div structure that will help us to display the message. So let's cut this div from here and paste it here. After that, let me cut these div, that is the dummy messages. Let's remove it. And here we have to remove this class name and we will add the curly braces. Here we will check if the message dot sender ID is equal to user data dot ID. In that case, here we will provide this sMessage class name. If it is not matching, it means this message is coming from the receiver. So here we will add the class name rMessage. After that, we will add the key property where we will provide the index. And from here, let me remove this message. And here we will display the message. So let's add curly braces, message.text. After that, let's remove the assets from this src. And here we will use the ternary operator. Here we will check if our message.sender ID is equal to our user ID. So let's add user data.id. It means this message is sent by me. In that case, we will display our own avatar image. So let's add user data.avatar. And if it is not matching, this message is coming from the receiver. So here we have to display the receiver's image. So let's add chat user data dot avatar property. After that, here we have to display the time. So let me keep it like this only and open the web browser. If I click on this first one, here we have two messages that we have sent. You can see this message is visible, and here we have the profile image. After that, here we have to display the time, and we are getting the time in the timestamp, so we have to convert it in this format, our minutes and PM AM. For that, we will create one function. So let's add one function with the name convert timestamp. So let's add const convert timestamp equal to, and it will be one arrow function. In this parameter, we will pass the timestamp. After that, we'll create one variable with the name date, and it will be timestamp dot toDate method. Using this, we will convert this timestamp in date object. We will store it in this date variable. From this date, we will find the hours and minute. So let's add const hours, const hour equal to date dot get hours. After that, we will get the minute. So let's add const minute equal to date dot get minutes. So now we will get the hour and minute from this timestamp. After that, here we will add one if statement, and in this one we will check if our hour is greater than 12. In that case, we will display the PM, and if the hour is less than 12, then we will display the AM. For that, let's add return, and here we will add hour minus 12, and in this one we will concatenate this colon. After that, in this one we will concat the minute, and again we will concatenate this text PM. If the hour is greater than 12, we will add hours minus 12 and display PM. After that, we will add the else statement, and here we will return hour. In this one we will concat. So let me copy this and paste it here. From here, let me remove this minus 12, and instead of PM we will add AM. Now we can use this convert timestamp function to display this time. For that, let's scroll down, and here in this p tag, let me remove this text, and here we will add the curly braces. Here we will call the convert timestamp function, and here we have to provide the timestamp. So just add message dot created at property. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we are getting the time in PM and AM. So this functionality is perfectly working. After that, we will log in this user in the another browser. So let me open any other browser like Edge, and here we will open the localhost port 5173. Here we will click on login, and we will log in this particular user. So let me add the user's email ID, richard@mail.com. This is the dummy email. Here we will add the password. Then click on login. Now we are logged in, and here we have one user, because from here we have searched the user and added the message. That's why this user is displayed here, and in the last message we have the sending new message. If I open this, and if I send any message like messages working, and click on the send icon, so this message has been sent, and here we have the image. If I open the another browser, so here you can see the message is displayed, that is sent by Richard. So this functionality is perfectly working. After that, we will create the function so that when we select any image from here, that image will be sent to the user. For that, here after this send message function, we will create send image function. So let's add const send image equal to async, and here we will pass one event. So we have created this function. Now we will link this function with this input field where you can see the type is equal to file. So let's add onChange property, and here we will provide send image function. After that, we will come here, and in this send image function we will add the try catch block. In the try block, we will upload the image and get the URL. For that, let's add const file URL equal to await, and here we will use the upload function that we have created in our library. So let's select it, and here we have to provide our image that we will get from this event. So let's add e.target.files and provide index 0. So now we will get the URL of the image. Next we will check if we have the file URL, and with that we have the message ID available. Then we will update the messages array. For that, here you can see we have updated this using that. Similarly, we will update the message array again. So just copy this and paste it here in this if statement. Here we have added the messages and added array union. Here we are using the sender ID. Instead of this text, we will add the image. And in this image, we will store the file URL. After that, we have to update the user's chat data, where we will update the last message and updated at property. So scroll up, that we have added in the send message. So let me copy these lines. Let's copy it. And we will paste it here inside this if statement. So in this last message we have added the input field data, but where we are sending the image, then in the last message we will add one text, that is image. Now the message will be sent and the user's chat data will be updated. If we get any error in this process, then the catch block will be executed. So here we will add one toast notification. So the type is error, and in this one we will provide error.message, and we will save the changes. So if I select any image, then that image has been sent, but that image is not visible here. Now we will add the logic so that when we send any image, that image will be visible here. For that, let's scroll down, and here we have the messages.map, right? So after this div, here we will add the ternary operator. Here we will check if in our message image property is available. Then instead of this p tag, we will display the img tag. For that, here we will add the question mark, and after this question mark, we will add the image tag. And in this image src, we will provide message.image. If we don't have the image property available in the message, it means there is one text message. So in that case, we will use this p tag. And in this image tag, we will add the class name property, that will be message image. So we have added the logic. Let's right click and select format document. We will save the changes. So now this image is visible in this chat. If I open the second browser, so here also that image is visible to the receivers. If I select any other image, so this image has been uploaded and added in the chat. Now if I open the other user, that second image is displayed here. Next we will add the logic so that if we have not opened this chat and we have received the message, then this last seen text will be highlighted. For that, let's open left sidebar.jsx file. Then scroll down, and here we have provided friends class name. So let me remove it and we will add the curly braces. Here we will add the backtick, and let's provide friends class name, and with that we will add the $sign curly braces. And here we will check if our item.messageScene property and item.messageID is equal to our message ID. In that case, here we will provide this class name, and if the message seen is false, in that case we will provide this border class name. Here we are checking if the message seen is false, then we will provide this border class name, and if the item.messageID is equal to the message ID, it means we have already opened their chat. In that case, this border class name will not be provided. We will save the changes and we will add the CSS properties for the border class name. So let's open left sidebar.css file, and here we will type .friends.border. If this friends class name contains the border class name, in that case on this image tag we will provide the border that will be 3 pixels solid, and here we will use this color code. Here we will add one more CSS property, that is .friends.border. If the border class name is available, here we will add the div and a span tag, and for this span tag we will add this color code. Save the changes, open the web browser. So here you can see this message is highlighted, and when we open it, it will remove this highlight. If I reload the web page, and again you can see this message is highlighted. So now we will add the functionality so that when we open this message, then we will make the message seen property true. So whenever we are clicking on this one, it is executing this function. So here we'll add the logic so that when we click here, it will update the message seen property and it will make that true. So let's add const user chats ref equal to doc, and here we will provide db, then collection name will be chats, and here we will add the user data dot id property. After that, using this reference, we will get the user's document. So let's add const user chats a snapshot equal to await. Here we will add get doc method that we will get from the Firebase Firestore, and here we will provide user chats ref. Now from this snapshots we will find the user's chats data. So just add user chats data equal to user chats a snapshot dot data method. In this chats data, there will be data of multiple users. So we will find the entry of our message ID. So let's add const chat index equal to user chats data dot chats data dot find index method, and here we will pass one arrow function where we will pass this parameter, and here we will check if our c dot message id equal to item dot message id. In that case, we will get the chat index. Using this chat index, we will modify the chat data. For that, here let's add user chat data dot chats data, and here we will provide chat index, and here we will modify dot message seen property, Here we will make it true. After that, we will save this modified data. So let's add await, update doc, and here we will provide user chat ref. Then we will add the curly braces and provide chat data, that will be user chats data dot chats data. Using this, our chats data will be modified. We will save the changes and open the web page. If I reload the web page, here the last message is image. We have received this message, that's why it is highlighted. You can see this border also around this image. When we click here and open this chat and now reload the web page, still we are getting this highlighted. So let's right click and select inspect. We will open console. Here also we don't have any errors. We will open the Chrome browser. Let me reload this. Here it is not updating our data. So here we will add one try catch block. So let's add all the code in this try block. After that, here in this catch block, we will add the toast notification. So let's add toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. We will right click and select format document, save the changes. If I click here also we are not getting any error. So it is not updating this last seen message. So here we have made the mistake. So here we have to update this. We have to add s, chats data, that's it. Let me save the changes, open the web browser. Let me reload the web page. So right now you can see this chat is highlighted. If I click here and reload the web page, now you can see the highlight color has been removed. Now if I open the second browser and send one message to this user, let's type hello, what are you doing? Click on the send icon. This message has been sent. Now let's open the first browser. You can see this text has been highlighted. If I open this, so when we open the chat, the highlighted color has been removed. If I refresh it, still you can see the highlight color has been removed. So this message seen property is perfectly working. Now we will add the logic for the right sidebars, so that when we click on any user from the left sidebar, that user detail will be displayed in the right sidebar. And when we have sent the images in the chat, that image will be displayed in this media. For that, let's come back to the right sidebar.jsx file. In this component, first we will get the chat user and message data from our context. For that, here we will type const curly braces, and here we will use the chat user, then messages equal to use context. We will select it from the suggestions. This use context has been imported. After that, here we have to provide our app context file. For that, we will type app context. We have to import this app context that we have created here. So to import that, here we will type import curly braces app context from context/app context. We will get this chat user when we will click on these users. If I reload the web page and we have not selected any user, so here we don't have any chat user data. So here after this return, we will add the ternary operator and we will check if we have the chat user available. In that case, we will return this user. And if we don't have the chat user, then we will create a new div and return that one. So here let's add the ternary operator, and here let's check chat user. If it is available, then we will provide this div. If it is not available, we will add one colon, and here we will use this small bracket, and here we will create one div. In this div, we will add the class name property, that will be rs. Then we will create one button tag. In this button tag, we will add logout. And here we will add the onClick property, and let's provide one arrow function. And here we will call the logout function that we have created in the Firebase file. If I save the changes and open the web browser, right now we have not selected any user, then this div is displayed where we have only one button tag. Using that, we can log out the user. And if I select any user from the left sidebar, then this div will be displayed. Right now in this right sidebar, the user detail is displayed, which is the static details. So next we will add the feature so that when we click on any user from the left sidebar, then that particular user's image and their detail will be displayed in the right sidebar. For that, from this image src, remove this, and here let's add the chat user dot user data dot avatar. If I save the changes and open the web browser, you can see the image has been updated. If I select the first user, you can see the first user image here. If I select the second user, then you can see the second user's image in the right sidebar. After that, in this h3 tag, remove this name. Here we will add the user's name. So let's add the curly braces. And we will use the chat user dot user data dot name property. After that, in this paragraph tag, we have to display the user's bio. So here let's add the curly braces. In this one, we will add the chat user dot user data dot bio property. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the image, name and bio in the right sidebar that we are getting from the chat user. If I change the user, you can see the user's name, image and bio has been updated. So this function is working. After that, we will add the logic. Using that, we can display the images that is sent in the chat box. As you can see, we have sent two images in this chat. So these two images will be displayed here in the right sidebar. And if we have not sent any image in the chat, then in the right side, there will be no image. For that, let's come back, and here we have these images tag. Let me comment this. And here we will create one use effect. In this use effect, we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we will add this messages state. Whenever we will change any user, then the messages array will be changed. And from that messages, we will store the images in one new state variable. So let's add the messages so that when the messages gets changed, this function will be executed. After that, we will create one state variable with the name message images. So just add const message images. Setter function name will be set messages images equal to user state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, from this messages, we have to extract the images and save them in this message images state variable. So here let's create one variable. So just add let temp var. It will be temporary variable. When this function will be executed, then we will use this. The type will be one array. On this messages array, we will use the map method. So let's add messages dot map, and here we will pass one arrow function. After that, here we will pass the individual message, and here we will add the if statement where we will check if the message have one image property available. In that case, we will save the image data in this array. So here we will add a temp var dot push method, and here we will pass the message dot image property that will provide the image URL. After this mapping, here let's add one console log, and here we will console log this temp variable. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Let me open the console and reload the web page. Here we have one empty array. If I open this chat where we don't have any image, you can see still the array is empty. And if I open the first chat where we have sent two images, so here you can see we have one array, and in this one we have two elements, that is the URL of the image. So this logic is perfectly working. Now we have to set this temp variable in this message images state. So let me remove this console log, and here we will add set message images. After that, we will use this state in this div. So in this div, we will add the curly braces, and we will add the message images dot map method, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will use this small bracket. Here we will pass URL and index. After that, here we will add the image tag. For that, let's add the img tag. In this img, we will add the src property and alt property. In this src, we have to provide this URL. For that, we will use the curly braces and add the URL. After that, we will add the key property where we will provide this index. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see both images are displayed in the right sidebar. If I change the chat user, so here we don't have any image in the chat, so in the right side there is no image. And if I open the first chat, then you can see two images. After that, on this image tag, we will add one onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add window.open, and here we will provide the URL. So whenever we will click on this image, then that image will be displayed in the new tab. We will save the changes and open the web browser, and if I click on any image, so that image is open in the new tab. So this feature is working. Now we will add the logic so that when our user is online, in that case we will display this green dot, and if the user is offline, in that case we will hide this green dot. For that, let's come back to the chatbox.jsx file, and here in this p tag we have displayed the username. Then we have this image tag where you can see the class name dot. So we will display this image when the user is online. So to get this functionality working, let's come here in app context, and here we have added this set interval. So at every 60 seconds, the last scene is getting updated. So we will check the last scene property. So using this last scene, we will find if the user was online within last 70 seconds, then we will display them online. And if the user was online more than 70 seconds ago, then we will make them offline. So let's open chatbox.jsx file, and here let's cut this image tag, and here we will add the curly braces, and here we will add date dot now minus, here we will use chat user dot user data dot last seen property. Here we will check if the difference is smaller than 70 seconds. In that case, we will provide this image tag. So just paste this image tag, and if this condition is false, then we'll add the colon, and here we will provide null. We will save the changes. So here this green dot is hidden. We will use the same logic in this right sidebar. So let's open right sidebar.jsx file, and here in this h3 tag, let me cut this image tag, and before this chat user name we will display the icon. So here we'll add the curly braces before the name, and here we will check date.now minus chat user dot user data dot last seen. If it is smaller than 70 seconds, in that case we will add this image tag, and if it is greater than 70 seconds, then simply provide null. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So you can see the green dot has been removed. Now we will log in this user in the second browser. So let me open another browser. We will click on login, and here we will provide the email ID, and here we will add the password. Then click on the login now button. So now the user is logged in, and after that we will open the first web browser. Now let me open this profile, and here you can see this green dot that is displaying that this user is online. After that, if I come back to the second browser and log out this one and come back to the first browser, and here still it is displaying green dot. So this green dot will be displayed up to 60 seconds once the user gets logged out, and after that this user will become offline. After that we will click on the logout. Here we will create one option so that if user forgot their password, they can click here and reset their password. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open firebase.js file. After this logout option, here we will create the function with the name reset password. So just add const reset pass equal to, it will be one async arrow function, so just add async, and in this parameter we will set the email ID of the user. After that we will create this function. Here we will check if the email ID is not available. In that case we will display one toast notification, so just add toast dot error, and here we will provide one message that is enter your email. After that we will add return null, so that it will stop executing this function. If we don't get any email, then this toast notification will be displayed and it will stop this function. If we are getting the email, in that case we will add the try catch block, and here we will create one user reference. So let's add const user ref equal to, it will be reference of the user collection, so just add collection, and let's add the DB, and the collection name, that is users. After that, from this collection, we will create one query where we will search if we have any user available with this particular email ID. In that case, we will send the password reset option to the particular user. So let's add const q is equal to query. Let me select this query from the Firebase / Firestore. And here we will provide user ref. Then we will add the where that we will get from the Firebase Firestore package. Here we will check if the email property, comma, and here we will add double equal to. Then we will provide our email that we will get from our parameter. So in this query, we are searching if any user's email ID is matching with the email ID that we received from the parameter. In that case, we'll get one query snapshot. So just add const query snap equal to await. Then we will add the get docs that we will get from the Firebase Firestore. And in this one, we will provide our query. Using this, in our query snap, we will get the user matching with this email ID. So here we will add one if statement, and here we will check. We will add query snap dot empty. It means the query snap is not empty. In that case, we will send one password reset mail. So just add await send password reset email, and we will get it from the Firebase auth package. After that, here we will add the auth, then provide the user's email. After that, we will display one toast notification. So just add toast.success, and here we will add one message where we will add the text reset email sent. If there is no user exists with this email ID, then we'll add the else statement, and here we will display one toast notification, and the type will be error, and here we'll add the message email does not exist. If we get any error in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case, simply add console.error and provide our error. Then we'll add one toast notification also. So the type will be error, and here we will provide error.message. After that, here we have created the function reset pass. We will export it. So here let's add reset pass. After that, we will save the changes and open this login.jsx file. Here we will destructure the reset pass function. So after this login, just add reset pass, and we will use this function within this div. So after this curly braces, here we will add another curly braces, and here we will check if the current state is equal to login. In that case only, we will display this password reset option. So here let's add the question mark, and let me copy this paragraph tag and paste it here. And instead of create an account text, let me add forgot password, and in this span tag we will add the text reset here. Here we have to remove this colon, and add the colon after this p tag. So if we are not on the login page, then simply provide null. After that, here we have to remove this set current state, and here we will call the reset pass function. And here we have to provide the user's email. So let's add email. We will save the changes. After that, we will come back to the login page. Click on this link, login here. So now we have two options: create an account, forgot password. Here we have not added any email, and click on the reset link. Then you can see the notification, enter your email. Now if I provide any email ID which is not available in our users list, so there is no user with this email ID, right? So if I click on this reset here, now you can see the message email does not exist. And if I provide the correct email ID for any particular user and click on this reset here, then you can see reset email sent. And on this email ID, we will get one password reset email from the Firebase. So we have created this password reset functionality also. Now we will create this project responsive. So first we will make the login page responsive. So let's click on the inspect. Let's select this a small display. Now let's open login.css file, and here we'll add the media query, where we'll add the condition max width. That will be 768 pixel. Here we will provide .login class name, and flex direction will be column. Justify content center. And here we will provide the gap of 30 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now this login page is responsive. Now we will log in with any user. So let me add the email ID and add the password. Click on login now. So now we are logged in. Now we will make this chat page responsive. For that, let's open chat.css file, and after this loading class name, we will add the media query. Here we will add the condition max width 900 pixel, and here we will provide .chat container class name. Here we will provide display flex. Then we will add .loading, and here we will provide font size 30 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now we have provided the flex. After that, we have to hide the chat box, and when we will open any chat, then this left sidebar will be hidden and it will display the user's chat box. For that, let's come back to the app context.jsx file, and here we will create one state variable with the name chat visual. So let's add const chat visual, and setter function name will be set chat visual equal to user state, and initialize it with boolean data false. After that, we will pass this a state variable and setter function in this object, which is value, so that we can access it in any other component. So let's add chat visual, set chat visual. We will save this file. After that, we will open right sidebar.css file, and we will hide this right sidebar in a smaller screen. For that, here we will add the media query, where we will add the condition max width 900 pixel, and here we will provide the class name, that is right sidebar rs, and just provide display none, so that it will be completely hidden from a smaller screen. After that, we have to display this chat box when this state, that is chat visual, is true. And if it is false, then we have to display this left sidebar. For that, let's come back to the left sidebar.jsx file, and here we will destructure the chat visual and setter function. So let's add the comma and just add chat visual. Then we'll add set chat visual. This V will be capital. After that, let's scroll down. And here we have this div with the class name ls. Here we will remove this ls, and here we will add the curly braces, backticks, and here we will provide this ls. After that, we will provide $sign curly braces, and here we will check if the chat visual state is true. In that case, we will add one class name that is hidden, and if it is not true, then simply provide one empty string. After that, we'll come here in this set chat function, and here if I click on any chat user, then this chat user state will be updated. So for that, here we will add set chat visible, and here we will provide true. So we have added chat visible true. Then come back to the left sidebar.css file, and here we will add the media query, where we will provide max width 900 pixel, and here we will add the .ls class name, and here we will add width 100%. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this hidden class name. So let's add this class name here in this index.css file. Here let's add .hidden, and we will provide display none. If I save the changes and open the web browser and reload this web page, so right now this left sidebar is visible, and if I open any chat, then the left sidebar is hidden. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this chat box. So let's open the chatbox.jsx file. Here we will destructure chat visual and set chat visual. After that, scroll down. We will come on this div with the class name chatbox, and here we will remove this one and provide the curly braces, backticks, and here we will add the class name chatbox. Here also we will add the $sign curly braces, and we will check if the chat visual is true. In that case, here we will provide one empty string, and if it is not true, then we will provide hidden. After that, we will copy this class name and we will provide it here, where we have added chat welcome. Here we will remove this chat box and we will make it chat welcome. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so now the chat box is hidden, and if I open any chat, then the chat box is visible. Now we'll add the CSS properties for this chat box. So let's open chatbox.css file, and here we will add media query, where we will provide max width 900 pixel. After that, we will provide .chatbox class name, and here we will provide width 100%. Then we will add justify content center. We will save the changes. Now this chat box is displayed in full width for a smaller screen. After that, we have to come back in the left sidebar. For that, here we will add one back arrow, so that when we click on that one, this chat box will be hidden and it will display the left sidebar. For that, let's open chatbox.jsx file, and in this image tag where we have used the help icon, let's add a space, and here we'll create another image tag, and here we will provide assets.arrow icon. After that we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide arrow. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser, so here we have one arrow icon. Now on this arrow icon we'll add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call the setChatVisible function, where we will set it as false. We will save the changes and open the web browser. If I click on this back arrow, so it will display the left sidebar, and if I click on any chat, then it will display the chat box. After that, we have to hide this arrow icon from the larger screen, and we have to hide this help icon from the smaller screen. For that, let's come back and open chatbox.css file, and here within this media query we will add .chatUser arrow icon, and here we will add display block. After that, here we will add .chatUser help, and here we will add display none. After that, before this media query we will add .chatUser arrow, and here we will make it display none. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So the help icon has been removed, and here we have only back arrow icon. After that, if I open the desktop screen, so here this layout has been changed, so let me correct it. Let me come back to the index.css file, and here we have provided hidden display none. So we will add it within the media query. So let's add media screen. We will add the max width, and here we will add 900 pixel. Then let me move this in this media query. Right click and select format document, save the changes. Now you can see this layout is looking perfect. When we open any chat, here we don't have the arrow icon, and if I open this web page in a smaller screen, so here you can see this help icon has been removed, and here we have one arrow icon. So this functionality is also working. After that, we will open left sidebar.jsx file, and we will come here in this add chat function. In this function we have this update doc. So after that we will add the logic so that when we search any user and click on that one, then the user will be added in the chat list, and it will also open the chat box. For that, let's add const user snap. So let me use the usnap equal to await get doc, and here we will use the doc db, then provide the collection name, that is users. Then we will add user.id, so it will create the user's reference. After that we will add const udata equal to usnap.data method, so we will get the user's data. After that we will call the setChat function, and in this one we will provide one object where we will add the message ID property, that will be new message ref.id. With that we will also add last message property, that will be empty string. Then we will add the RID, and here we will provide the user's ID, so just add user.id. After that Here we will add the updated add property, and here just provide date.now method. So we will get the current timestamp. After that we will add the message seen property that we will make true. After that we will add the user data property, and here we will provide this uData. So it will set the chat for this user. After that we have to call the set so search, and here we will make it false. Then we will call the set chat visible, and we will make it true. After that, here we will create one use effect. Using that we can update the chat user data whenever the chat data will be updated. For that we will create one use effect, and here we will provide one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array where we will provide chat data. So whenever the chat data will be updated, it will execute this function. So within this function we'll create one async arrow function with the name update chat user data. So just add const update chat user data, and it will be async arrow function. So just add async, and here we will create this arrow function. After that we will call this function here. So just add update chat user data and call this one. Within this function we will check if the chat user is available. In that case we will update that user data. So just add if statement, and here we will add the condition chat user. So here we will check if the chat user data is available. In that case we will update its data whenever the chat data gets updated. For that we will add const user ref equal to doc, and here we provide db users collection chat user dot user data dot id property. So we'll get the user's id from here. After that we will get the snapshot of this user. So just add const user snap equal to await. Then we'll call the getDoc method where we will provide the user's reference. After that from this snap we will get the user's data. So just add const user data equal to user snap dot data method. After that we will set this new data in the chat user state. So just add set chat user, and here we will provide the previous state. So we will update the user data of the previous state. So we will add the curly braces triple dot previous data, and in this one we will update the user data property, and here we will provide this new user data that we have created here. So whenever the chat data will be updated, then this chat user data will be updated, so that we'll get the current timestamp of this user, and using that data we can display the users online. We will save the changes. Now we have completed this project. So we have successfully created this chat application using React JS and Firebase, where we have added the authentication and we have used the Firebase authentication. And to store the chat data we are using the Firestore Database. To store the image we are using this storage container. Using these three functionality we have created this chat app. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.